that there is a stronger argument to be met than that implied by the parrot cry of spoliation. Socialism has, at any rate, so far advanced as to be allowed the ordinary courtesies of debate. We may oppose it tooth and nail, but we must confront argument with argument and not with abuse. Despite much excellent literature which is read widely by cultured people, very little is known by the general public of the principles which modern British socialists have adopted as their guiding rules. Few businessmen care to study the subject. We have therefore addressed a letter to the chief leaders of the cause with the purpose of ascertaining the effect which socialism would have on our business habits. Our object was to discover how far socialism might disturb or improve business, whether it would altogether subvert present methods, or whether it could be applied without injury to these methods. To put the matter very plainly, we wished to learn whether we should carry on our business much as we do now, giving free play to individual effort and individual fortune-building. The reply of Mr. Wells is as follows. My dear Sir, I wish very much I could reply at adequate length to your very admirably framed question. The constant stream of abuse and of almost imbecile misrepresentations of socialism in the press has no doubt served to distort the idea of our movement in the minds of a large proportion of busy men, and filled them with an unfounded dread of social insecurity. If it were possible to allay that by an epigrammatic program, socialism in a nutshell, so to speak, I would do my best. But the economic and trading system of a modern state is not only a vast and complex tangle of organizations, but at present an uncharted tangle, and necessarily the methods of transition from the limited individualism of our present condition to the scientifically organized state, which is the socialist ideal, must be gradual, tentative, and various. To build up a body of social and economic science, to develop a class of trained administrators, to rearrange local government areas, to educate the whole community in the sense of the state, are necessary parts of the socialist scheme. You must try and induce your readers to recognize that when socialism finds such supporters as Sir Oliver Lodge and Professor Karl Pearson, as William Morris, who revolutionized the furniture trade, as Granville Barker, who is revolutionizing the London stage, as Mr. George Cadbury and Mr. Fells, whose names are not unknown in the world of advertisement, as Mr. Allen of the Allen line, as Mr. George Bernard Shaw and Mrs. Shaw, Mr. and Mrs. Sidney Webb and Sir Sidney Oliver, the present Governor of Jamaica, all of them fairly comfortable and independent people, practically acquainted with the business of investment and affairs generally and quite alive to the present relations of property to the civilized life. The suggestion that it is a raid of the ignorant have-nots on the possessions of the wise and good haves cannot be a very intelligent one, nor addressed to very intelligent people. Essentially, socialism is the scientifically organized state as distinguished from the haphazard, wasteful, blundering, child-sweating state of the 18th century. It is the systemization of present tendency. Necessarily, its methods of transition will be progressively scientific and humane. So far as your specific questions go, I do not think there could possibly be anything in the nature of compulsory profit-sharing if a socialist government came into office. There is at present a compulsory profit-sharing in the form of an income tax, but that tax does not appeal to the socialist as a particularly scientific one. The advent of a strongly socialist government would mean no immediate revolutionary changes at all. There would be, no doubt, a vigorous acceleration of the educational movement to increase the economic value and productivity of the average citizen of the next generation, and legislation upon the lines laid down by the principle of the minimum wage to check the waste of our national resources by destructive employment. Also, a systematic shifting of the burden of taxation from enterprise to rent would begin, but nothing convulsive would occur. The means of transit and communication of the country, both internal and external, and especially the railways and canals, which are now rapidly falling into inefficiency through the exhaustion of their capital upon excessive dividends in the past, would probably be transferred from competitive private to organized public control, a transfer that would certainly be enormously stimulating to business generally. There would be no robbery, the former shareholders would become stock or annuity holders. Nor would there be any financial convulsion due to the raising of the enormous sum necessary to effect this purchase. The country would simply create stock, while at the same time taking over assets to balance the new liability. A socialist government would certainly also acquire the coal mines and the coal trade, and relieve industry from the inconveniences due to the manipulation of the supply of this vitally important factor, and it would accelerate the obvious tendency of the present time to bring the milk trade, the drink trade, slaughtering, local traffic, lighting and power supply into public hands. But none of this is the destruction of property, but only its organization and standardization. Such a state organization of public services is, I submit, enough to keep a socialist government busy for some few years, and makes not only for social progress, but social stability. And does an honest and capable businessman stand to lose or gain by the coming of such a socialist government? I submit that, on the whole, he stands to gain. Let me put down the essential points in this outlook as I conceive them. Under a socialist government, such as is quite possible in England at the present time, he will be restricted from methods of production and sale that are socially mischievous. He will pay higher wages. He will pay a larger proportion of his rate rent outgoings to the state and municipality, and less to the landlord. Ultimately, he will pay it all to the state or municipality, and as a voter help to determine how it shall be spent, and the landlord will become a government stockholder. Practically, he will get his rent returned to him in public services. He will speedily begin to get better educated, better fed, and better trained workers, so that he will get money value for the higher wages he pays. He will get a regular, safe, cheap supply of power and material. He will get cheaper and more efficient internal and external transit. He will be under an organized scientific state, which will naturally pursue a vigorous scientific collective policy in support of the national trade. He will be less of an adventurer and more of a citizen. So I wrote to the Magazine of Commerce, and that for the energetic man who is conducting a real and socially useful business is the outlook. Socialism is not the coming of chaos and repudiation, it is the coming of order and justice. For confusion and accident and waste, the socialist seeks to substitute design and collective economy. That, too, is the individual aim of every good businessman who is not a mere advertising cheat or financial adventurer. To the sound-minded, clear-headed man of affairs, socialism appeals just as it appeals to the scientific man, to the engineer, to the artist, because it is the same reality, the large-scale aspect of the same constructive motive that stirs in himself. Part 3. Let me finally quote the chairman of one of the most enterprising and enlightened business organizations of our time to show that in claiming the better type of businessman for modern socialism, I am making no vain boast. Sir John Brunner may not call himself a socialist, but this is very probably due to the fact that he gets his ideas of socialism from the misquotations of its interested adversaries. This that follows from the Manchester Guardian is pure socialism. Speaking at the annual meeting of Brunner, Mond & Co. Limited in Liverpool 1907, the chairman, Sir John Brunner MP, made a remarkable pronouncement on the subject of the collective ownership of canals. He said, "I have been one of the Royal Commission visiting the north of France, Belgium and northern Germany, and our duty has been to examine what those three countries have done in the improvement of their canals and their waterways. We have been very deeply impressed by what we have seen, and I can tell you today, speaking as a man of business to men of business, that the fact that in these three countries there is a communal effort, that is to say, that the state, in money and in credit for the benefit of the national trade, has brought to those three countries enormous, almost incalculable benefits. And I think that any man, any intelligent man who studies this matter as I have studied it for a great many years will come the conclusion, as I have come very clearly and decidedly, that the old policy which we have adopted for generations of leaving all public works to private enterprise, the old policy so-called of laissez-faire, is played out completely, and I am of opinion very firmly that, if we mean to hold our own in matters of trade, we must learn to follow the example that has been set us not only by France, Belgium and Germany, but by the United States and by every one of the colonies of our empire. Everywhere do you find that trade is helped by the effort of the community, by the force of the state, and I shall be very heartily pleased if those who hear me will think the matter over and decide for themselves whether or not we as business people, preeminently the business people of the world, are to maintain the old policy of leaving everything to private enterprise, or whether we are to act together for the good of all in this important matter of the national trade." Chapter 9. Some Common Objections to Socialism. Part 1. In the preceding 8 chapters, I have sought to give as plain and a full an account of the great generalizations of socialism as I can, and to make it clear exactly what these generalizations convey and how far they go in this direction and that. Before we go on to a brief historical and anticipatory account of the actual socialist movement, it may be worthwhile to take up and consider compactly the chief objections that are urged against the general propositions of socialism in popular discussion. Now, a very large proportion of these arise out of the commonest vice of the human mind, its disposition to see everything as yes or no, as black or white, its impatience, its incapacity for a fine discrimination of intermediate shades. See Note 14. The queer old scholastic logic still prevails remarkably in our modern world. You find Mr. Mallock, for example, going about arranging his syllogisms, extracting his opponent's self-contradictions, and disposing of socialism with stupendous self-satisfaction in all the magazines. He disposes of socialism quite in the spirit of the young medieval scholar returning home to prove beyond dispute that my cat has 10 tails, and, given a yard's start, that a tortoise can always keep ahead of a running man. The essential fallacy is always to declare that either a thing is A or is not A. Either a thing is green or it is not green. Either a thing is heavy or it is not heavy. Unthinking people, and some who ought to know better, fall into that trap. They dismiss from their minds the fact that there is a tinge of green in nearly every object in the world, and that there is no such thing as pure green, unless it be just one line or so in the long series of the spectrum. They forget that the lightest thing has weight, and that the heaviest thing can be lifted. The rest of the process is simple and has no relation whatever to the realities of life. They agree to some hard and fast impossible definition of socialism, permit the exponent to extract absurdities therefrom as a conjurer gets rabbits from a hat, and retire with a conviction that on the whole it is well to have had this disturbing matter settled once for all. Note 14. See Scepticism of the Instrument, the appendix to A Modern Utopia, Chapman and Hall. For example, the anti-socialist declares that socialism abolishes property. He makes believe there is a hard absolute thing called property, which must either be or not be, which is now and which will not be under socialism. To any person with a philosophical education, this is a ridiculous mental process, but it seems perfectly rational to an untrained mind, and that is the usual case with the anti-socialist. Having achieved this initial absurdity, he then asks, in a tone of bitter protest, whether a man may not sleep in his own bed. And is he to do nothing if he finds a coal heaver already in possession when he retires? This is the method of Mr. G.R. Sims, that delightful writer, who, from altitudes of exhaustive misunderstanding, tells the working man that under socialism he will have, I forget his exact formula, but it is a sort of refrain: no money of his own, no home of his own, no wife of his own, no hair of his own. It is effective nonsense in its way, but nonsense nevertheless. In my preceding chapters, I hope I have made it clear that property, even today, is a very qualified and uncertain thing, a natural vague instinct capable of perversion and morbid exaggeration, and needing control, and that socialism seeks simply to give it a sharper, juster, and rationally limited form in relation to the common weal. Or again, the opponent has it that socialism abolishes the family, and with it, of course, every sacred and tender association, etc., etc. To that also I have given a chapter. I do not think much anti-socialism is dishonest in these matters. The tricks of deliberate falsification, forgery and falsehood that discredit a few Conservative candidates and speakers in the north of England and smirch the reputations of one or two London papers are due to a quite exceptional streak of baseness in what is on the whole a straightforward opposition to socialism. Anti-socialism, as its name implies, is no alternative doctrine. It is a mental resistance, not a mental force. For the most part, one is dealing with sheer intellectual incapacity, with people, muddle-headed perhaps, but quite well-meaning, who are really unable to grasp the quantitative element in things. They think with a simple flat certitude that if, for example, a doctor says quinine is good for a case, it means that he wishes to put every ounce of quinine that can be procured into his patient, to focus all the quinine in the world upon him, or that if a woman says she likes dancing, that thereby she declares her intention to dance until she drops. They are dear, lumpish souls who like things straightforward, as they say, all or nothing. They think qualifications or any quantitative treatment quibbling, to be loudly scorned, bawled down, and set aside. In controversy, the temptations for a hot and generous temperament, eager for victory, to misstate and overstate the antagonist's position are enormous, and the sensible socialist must allow for them unless he is to find discussion intolerable. The reader of the preceding chapters should know exactly how socialism stands to the family relations, the things it urges, the things it regards with impartiality or patient toleration, the things it leaves alone. The preceding chapters merely summarize a literature that has been accessible for years. Yet it is extraordinary how few antagonists of socialism seem able to even approach these questions in a rational manner. One admirably typical critic of a pamphlet in which I propounded exactly the same opinions as are here set out in the 3rd chapter found great comfort in the expression brood mares. He took hold of my phrase, state family, and ran wild with it. He declared it to be my intention that women were no longer to be wives but brood mares for the state. Nothing would convince him that this was a glaring untruth. His mind was essentially equestrian. Human stud farm was another of his expressions. See note 15. Ridicule and argument failed to touch him. I believe he would have gone to the stake to justify his faith that socialists want to put woman in the government horrors. His thick-headedness had indeed a touch of the heroic. Note 15. What makes the expression particularly inappropriate in my case is the fact that in my Mankind in the Making there is a clearly reasoned chapter, Chapter 2, which has never been answered, in which I discuss and, I think, conclusively dispose of Mr. Francis Galton's ideas of eugenics and deliberate stirpiculture. Then a certain Father Phelan of St. Louis, no doubt in a state of mental exaltation as honest as it was indiscriminating, told the world through the columns of an American magazine that I wanted to tear the babe from the mother's breast and thrust it into an institution. He said worse things than that, but I set them aside as pulpit eloquence. Some readers, no doubt, know better and laughed, but many were quite sincerely shocked, and resolved after that to give socialism a very wide berth indeed. Honnez soit qui mal y pense. The revolting ideas that disgusted them were not mine. They came from some hot dark reservoir of evil thoughts that years of chastity and discipline seemed to have left intact in Father Phelan's soul. The error in all these cases is the error of overstatement, of getting into a condition of confused intellectual excitement, and because a critic declares your window curtains too blue, saying therefore, and usually with passion, that he wants the whole universe, sky and sea included, painted bright orange. The inquirer into the question of socialism will find that an almost incurable disease of these controversies. Again and again he will meet with it. If after that critic's little proposition about your window curtains he chances to say that on the whole he thinks an orange sky would be unpleasant, the common practice is to accuse him of not sticking to his guns. My friends, Mr. G.K. Chesterton and Mr. Max Beerbohm, those brilliant ornaments of our age, when they chance to write about socialism, confess this universal failing, albeit in a very different quality and measure. They are not, it is true, distressed by that unwashed coal-heaver who haunts the now private bed of the common anti-socialist, nor have they any horrid vision of the fathers of the community being approved by a select committee of the county council, no doubt wrapped in horsecloths and led out by their grooms, such as troubles the spurred and quivering soul of that equestrian, I forget his name, the brood-mare gentleman who denounced me in the Pall Mall Gazette. But their souls fly out in a passion of protest against the hints of discipline and order the advancement of socialism reveals. Mr. G.K. Chesterton mocks valiantly and passionately, I know, against an oppressive and obstinately recurrent anticipation of himself in socialist hands, hair-clipped, meals of a strictly hygienic description at regular hours, a fine for laughing, not that he would want to laugh, and austere exercises in several of the more metallic virtues daily. Mr. Max Beerbohm's conception is rather in the nature of a nightmare, a hopeless, horrid, frozen flight from the pursuit of Mr. Sidney Webb and myself, both of us short, inelegant men indeed, but for all that terribly resolute, indefatigable, incessant, to capture him, drag him off to a mechanical utopia, and there to take his thumb mark and his name, number him distinctly in indelible ink, dress him in an unbecoming uniform, and let him loose, under inspection, in a world of neat round lakes of blue lime water and vistas of white sanitary tiling. The method of reasoning in all these cases is the same. It is to assume that whatever the socialist postulates as desirable is wanted without limit or qualification. To imagine whatever proposal is chosen, for the controversy is to be carried out by uncontrolled monomaniacs, and so to make a picture of the socialist dream. This picture is presented to the simple-minded person in doubt with, "This is socialism. Surely you don't want this." And occasionally the poor, simple-minded person really is overcome by these imagined terrors. He turns back to our dingy realities again, to the good old grimy world he knows, thanking God beyond measure that he will never live to see the hateful day when one baby out of every 4 ceases to die in our manufacturing towns, when lives of sordid care are banished altogether from the earth, and when the sense of humour and the cult of Mark Tapley, which flourishes so among these things, will be in danger of perishing from disuse. But the reader sees now what socialism is in its essentials, the tempered magnificence of the constructive scheme to which it asks him to devote his life. It is a laborious, immense project to make the world a world of social justice, of opportunity and full living, to abolish waste, to abolish the lavish, unpremeditated cruelty of our present social order. Do not let the wit or perversity of the adversary, or, what is often a far worse influence, the zeal and overstatement of the headlong advocate, do not let the manifest personal deficiencies of this spokesman or that distract you from the living heart in socialism, its broad generosity of conception, its immense claim in kinship and direction upon your good will. Part 2. For the convenience of those readers who are in the position of inquirers, I had designed at this point a section which was to contain a list of the chief objections to socialism, other than the mere misrepresentations which are current nowadays. I had meant at first to answer each one fully and gravely, to clear them all up exhaustively and finally before proceeding. But I find now, upon jotting them down, that they are for the most part already anticipated by the preceding chapters, and so I will note them here, very compactly indeed, and make but the briefest comment upon each. There is first the assertion, which effectually bars a great number of people from further inquiry into socialist teaching, that socialism is contrary to Christianity. I would urge that this is the absolute inversion of the truth. Christianity involves, I am convinced, a practical socialism if it is honestly carried out. This is not only my conviction, but the reader, if he is a nonconformist, can find it set out at length by Dr. Clifford in a Fabian tract, Socialism and the Teaching of Christ, and if a churchman, by the Reverend Stuart Headlam in another, Christian Socialism. He will find a longer and fuller discussion of this question in the Reverend R.J. Campbell's Christianity and Social Order. In the list of members of such a socialist society as the Fabian Society will be found the names of clergy of the principal Christian dominations, excepting only the Roman Catholic Church. It is said, indeed, that a good Catholic of the Roman Communion cannot also be any sort of socialist. Even this very general persuasion may not be correct. I believe the papal prohibition was originally aimed entirely at a specific form of socialism, the socialism of Marx, Engels, and Bebel, which is, I must admit, unfortunately strongly anti-Christian in tone, as is the socialism of the British Social Democratic Federation to this day. It is true that many leaders of the Socialist Party have also been secularists, and that they have mingled their theological prejudices with their political work. This is the case not only in Germany and America, but in Great Britain, where Mr. Robert Blatchford of the Clarion, for example, has also carried on a campaign against doctrinal Christianity. But this association of secularism and socialism is only the inevitable throwing together of two sets of ideas because they have this in common, that they run counter to generally received opinions. There is no other connection. Many prominent secularists, like Charles Bradlaugh and Mr. J. M. Robertson, are as emphatically anti-socialist as the Pope. Secularists and socialists get thrown together and classed together just as early Christians and criminals and rebels against the emperor were no doubt thrown together in Roman jails. They had this much in common, that they were in conflict with what most people considered to be right. It is a confusion that needs constant explaining away. It is to me a most lamentable association of two entirely separate thought processes, one constructive socially and the other destructive intellectually, and I have already, in Chapter 6, Part 4, done my best to disavow it. Socialism is pure materialism. It seeks only physical well-being, just as much as nursing lepers for pity and the love of God is pure materialism that seeks only physical well-being. Socialism advocates free love. This objection I have also disposed of in Chapter 6, Part 2 and 4. Socialism renders love impossible and reduces humanity to the condition of a stud farm. This too has already been dealt with. See Chapter 3, Part 2 and 5, and Chapter 6, Part 2, 3, and 4. These two objections generally occur together in the same anti-socialist speech or tract. Socialism would destroy parental responsibility. This absurd perversion is altogether disposed of in Chapter 6, Part 3. It is a direct inversion of current socialist teaching. Part 3. Socialism would open the way to vast public corruption. This is flatly opposed to the experience of America, where local administration has been as little socialistic and as corrupt as anywhere in the world. Obviously, in order that a public official should be bribed, there must be some wealthy person outside the system to bribe him, and with an interest in bribing him. When you have a weak administration with feeble powers and resources and strong unscrupulous private corporations seeking to override the law and public welfare, the possibilities of bribing are at the highest point. In a community given over to the pursuit of gain, powerful private enterprises will resort to corruption to get and protract franchises, to evade penalties and postpone expropriation, and they will do it systematically and successfully. And even where there is partial public enterprise and a competition among contractors, there will certainly be, at least, attempts at corruption to get contracts. But where the whole process is in public hands, where can the bribery creep in? Who is going to find the money for the bribes, and why? It is urged that in another direction there is likely to be a corruption of public life due to the organized voting of the employees in this branch of the public service or that, seeking some advantage for their own service. This is Lord Avebury's bogey. See Note 16. Frankly, such voting by services is highly probable. The tramway men or the milk service men may think they are getting too long hours or too low pay in comparison with the teachers or men on the ocean liners, and the thing may affect elections. That is only human nature, and the point to bear in mind is that this sort of thing goes on today, and goes on with a vigour out of all proportion to the mild possibilities of a socialist regime. The landowners of Great Britain, for example, are organised in the most formidable manner against the general interests of the community, and constantly subordinate the interests of the common weal to their conception of justice to their class. The big railways are equally potent, and so are the legal profession and the brewers. But today these political interventions of great organised services athwart the path of statesmanship are sustained by enormous financial resources. The state employees under socialism will be in the position of employing one another and paying one another. The teacher, for example, will be educating the sons of the tramway men up to the requirements of the public paymaster, and travelling in the trams to and from his work. There will be close mutual observation and criticism, therefore, and a strong community of spirit, and that will put very definite limits indeed upon the possibly evil influence of class and service interests in politics. Note 16. On Municipal and National Trading by Lord Avebury, Macmillan and Co., 1907. Socialism would destroy incentive and efficiency. This is dealt with in Chapter 5, on the spirit of gain and the spirit of service. Socialism is economically unsound. The student of socialism who studies, and every student of socialism should study very carefully, the literature directed against socialism, will encounter a number of rather confused and frequently very confusing arguments running upon business or economic lines. In nearly all of these, the root error is a misconception of the nature and the aim of socialist claims. Sometimes this misconception is stated and manifest, often it is subtly implied, and then it presents the greatest difficulties to the inexpert dialectician. I find, for instance, Mr. W. H. Lever, in an article on socialism and business in the Magazine of Commerce for October 1907, assuming that there will be no increase in the total wealth of the community under socialism, whereas, as my 4th chapter shows, socialist proposals in the matter of property aim directly at the cessation of the waste occasioned by competition through the duplication and multiplication of material and organizations, see for example the quotation from LAU, page 69, and at the removal of the obstructive claims of private ownership, see page 65, from the path of production. If socialism does not increase the total wealth of the community, socialism is impossible. Having made this assumption, however, Mr. Lever next assumes that all contemporary business is productive of honest, needed commodities, and that its public utility and its profitable conduct measure one another. But this ignores the manifest fact that success in business nowadays is far more often won by the mere salesmanship of mediocre or inferior or short-weight goods than it is by producing exceptional value, and the Kentish railways, for example, are a standing contrast of the conflict between public service and private profit-seeking. But having committed himself to these entirely unsound assumptions, it is easy for Mr. Lever to show that since socialism will give no more wealth, and since what he calls labour, capital, and the employer, i.e. labour, plant, and management, are necessary to production and must be maintained out of the total product, there will be little more practically for the labourer under socialist conditions than under the existing regime. going on further to assume that the owner is always enterprising and intelligent and public-spirited, and the state stupid, which is a quite unjustifiable assumption, he shows their share may be even less. But the whole case for the socialist proposals, the student must bear in mind, rests upon the recognition that private management of our collective concerns means chaotic and socially wasteful management. However efficient it may be in individual cases for competitive purposes, and that the systematic abolition of the parasitic owner from our economic process implies the replacement of confusion by order and an immense increase in the efficiency of that economic process. Socialism is economy. If the student of socialism does not bear this in mind, if once he allows the assumption to creep in that socialism is not so much a proposal to change, concentrate and organize the economic process as one to distributing the existing wealth of the country in some new manner, he will find there is a bad case for socialism. It is an amusing and I think a fair comment on the arguments of Mr. Lever that a year or so ago he was actually concerned, no doubt in the interests of the public as well as his own, in organizing the production and distribution of soap so as to economize the waste and avoid the public disservice due to the extreme competition of the soap dealers. He wanted to do in the soap industry just exactly what socialism wants to do in the case of all public services. That is to say, he wanted to give it the economic advantages of a great combine. In some directions, the saving to the soap interest would have been immense. All the vast expenditure upon newspaper advertisements, for example, all the waste upon competing travellers would have been saved. Whether the public would have benefited greatly or not is beside the present question. Mr. Lever and other great soap proprietors would certainly have benefited enormously. They would have benefited by working as a collective interest instead of as independent private owners. But in this little experiment, in what was really a sort of voluntary socialism for particular ends, Mr. Lever reckoned without another great system of private adventurers, the halfpenny newspaper proprietors, who had hitherto been drawing large sums from soap advertisement, and who had in fact been so far parasitic on the public soap supply. One group of these papers at once began a campaign against the Soap Trust, a campaign almost as noisy and untruthful as the anti-socialist campaign. They accused Mr. Lever of nearly every sort of cheating that can be done by a soap seller, and anticipated every sort of oppression a private monopolist can practice. In the end, they paid unprecedented damages for libel, but they stopped Mr. Lever's intelligent and desirable endeavours to replace the waste and disorder of our existing soap supply by a simple and more efficient organisation. Mr. Lever cannot have forgotten these facts. They were surely in the back of his mind when he wrote his Socialism and Business paper, and it is a curious instance of the unconscious limitations one may encounter in a mind of exceptional ability that he could not bring them forward and apply them to the problem in hand. Socialism is unbusinesslike. See Chapter 8, Part 2 and 3. Part 4. Socialism would destroy freedom. This is a more considerable difficulty. To begin with, it may be necessary to remind the reader that absolute freedom is an impossibility, as I have written in my Modern Utopia. The idea of individual liberty is one that has grown in importance and grows with every development of modern thought. To the classical utopists, freedom was relatively trivial. Clearly, they considered virtue and happiness as entirely separable from liberty and as being altogether more important things. But the modern view, with its deepening insistence upon individuality and upon the significance of its uniqueness, steadily intensifies the value of freedom until at last we begin to see liberty as the very substance of life, that indeed it is life, and that only the dead things, the choiceless things, live in absolute obedience to law. To have free play for one's individuality is, in the modern view, the subjective triumph of existence, as survival in creative work and offspring is its objective triumph. But for all men, since man is a social creature, the play of will must fall short of absolute freedom. Perfect human liberty is possible only to a despot, who is absolutely and universally obeyed. Then to will would be to command and achieve, and within the limits of natural law, we could at any moment do exactly as it pleased us to do. All other liberty is a compromise between our own freedom of will and the wills of those with whom we come in contact. In an organized state, each one of us has a more or less elaborate code of what he may do to others and to himself, and what others may do to him. He limits others by his rights and is limited by the rights of others and by considerations affecting the welfare of the community as a whole. Individual liberty in a community is not, as mathematicians would say, always of the same sign. To ignore this is the essential fallacy of the cult called individualism. But in truth, a general prohibition in a state may increase the sum of liberty, and a general permission may diminish it. It does not follow, as these people would have us believe, that a man is more free where there is least law, and more restricted where there is most law. A socialism or a communism is not necessarily a slavery, and there is no freedom under anarchy. It follows, therefore, in a modern utopia, which finds the final hope of the world in the evolving interplay of unique individualities, that the state will have effectually chipped away just all those spendthrift liberties that waste liberty, and not one liberty more, and so have attained the maximum general freedom. That is the gist of the socialist's answer to this accusation. He asks, what freedom is there today for the vast majority of mankind? They are free to do nothing but work for a bare subsistence all their lives. They may not go freely about the earth even, but are prosecuted for trespassing upon the health-giving breast of our universal mother. Consider the clerks and girls who hurry to their work of a morning across Brooklyn Bridge in New York, or Hungerford Bridge in London. Go and see them, study their faces. They are free, with a freedom socialism would destroy. Consider the poor painted girls who pursue bread with nameless indignities through our streets at night. They are free by the current standard. And the poor half-starved wretches struggling with the impossible stint of oakum in a casual ward, they too are free. The nimble footman is free, the crushed porter between the trucks is free, the woman in the mill, the child in the mine. Ask them. They will tell you how free they are. They have happened to choose these ways of living, that is all. No doubt the piquancy of the life attracts them in many such cases. Let us be frank. A form of socialism might conceivably exist without much freedom, with hardly more freedom than that of a British worker today. A state socialism tyrannized over by officials who might be almost as bad at times as uncontrolled small employers is so far possible that in Germany it is practically half-existent now. A bureaucratic socialism might conceivably be a state of affairs scarcely less detestable than our own. I will not deny there is a clear necessity of certain addenda to the wider formulae of socialism if we are to be safeguarded effectually from the official. We need free speech, free discussion, free publication as essentials for a wholesome socialist state. How they be maintained I shall discuss in a later chapter. But these admissions do not justify the present system. Socialism, though it failed to give us freedom, would not destroy anything that we have in this way. We want freedom now, and we have it not. We speak of freedom of speech, but today, in innumerable positions, socialist employees who declared their opinions openly would be dismissed. Then again, in religious questions, there is an immense amount of intolerance and suppression of social and religious discussion today, especially in our English villages. As for freedom of action, most of us, from 14 to the grave, are chased from even the leisure to require freedom by the necessity of earning a living. Socialism, as I have stated it thus far, and as it is commonly stated, would give economic liberty to men and women alike. It would save them from the cruel urgency of need, and so far it would enormously enlarge freedom. But it does not guarantee them political or intellectual liberty. That I frankly admit and accept as one of the incompletenesses of contemporary socialism. I conceive, therefore, as I shall explain at length in a later chapter, that it is necessary to supplement such socialism as is currently received by certain new propositions. But to admit that socialism does not guarantee freedom is not to admit that socialism will destroy it. It is possible, given certain conditions, for men to be nearly absolutely free in speech, in movement, in conduct. Enormously free, that is, as compared with our present conditions, in a socialist state established upon the two great propositions I have formulated in chapters 3 and 4. So that the statement that socialism will destroy freedom is a baseless one of no value as a general argument against the socialist idea. Part 5. Socialism would reduce life to one monotonous dead level. This is in a world which the majority of people live in cheap cottages, villa residences, and tenement houses, read halfpenny newspapers, and wear ready-made clothes. Socialism would destroy art, invention, and literature. I do not know why this objection is made, unless it be that the objectors suppose that artists will not create, inventors will not think, and no one write or sing except to please a wealthy patron. Without his opulent smile, where would they be? Well, do not let us be ungrateful. The arts owe much to patronage. Go to Venice, go to Florence, and you will find a glorious harvest of pictures and architecture sown and reaped by a mercantile plutocracy. But then, in Rome, in Athens, you will find an equal accumulation made under very different conditions. Reach a certain phase of civilization, a certain leisure and wealth, and art will out, however the wealth may be distributed. In certain sumptuous directions, art flourishes now, and would certainly flourish less in a socialist state. In the gear of ostentatious luxury, in private furniture of all sorts, in palace building, in the exquisite confections of costly feminine adornment, in the luxurious binding of books, in the cooking of larks, in the distinguished portraiture of undistinguished persons, in the various refinements of prostitution, in the subtle accommodations of mystic theology, in jewellery. It is quite conceivable that in such departments socialism will discourage and limit aesthetic and intellectual effort. But no plutocracy could ever have produced a Gothic cathedral, a folklore, a gracious natural type of cottage, or beautiful clothing for the common people. And no mercantile plutocracy will ever tolerate a literature of power. If the coming of socialism destroys arts, it will also create arts. The architecture of private palaces will give place to an architecture of beautiful common homes, cottages and colleges, and to a splendid development of public buildings. The sergeants of socialism will paint famous people instead of millionaires' wives. Poetry and popular romantic literature will revive. For my own part, I have no doubt where the balance of advantage lies. It seems reasonable to look to the literary and artistic people themselves for a little guidance in this matter. Well, we had in the 19th century an absolute revolt of artists against individualism. The proportion of open and declared socialists among the great writers, artists, playwrights, critics of the Victorian period was out of all proportion to the number of socialists in the general population. Wilde, in his Soul of Man under Socialism, Ruskin, in many volumes of imperishable prose, Morris, in all his later life, have witnessed to the unending protest of the artistic spirit against the rule of gain. Some of these writers are not, perhaps, to be regarded as orthodox socialists in the modern sense, but their disgust with and contempt for individualist competition is entirely in the vein of our teaching. Even this individualistic country of ours, after the shameful shock of the Great Exhibition of 1851, decided that it could no longer leave art to private enterprise, and organized that systematic government art teaching that has, in spite of its many defects, revolutionized the aesthetic quality of this country. And so far as research and invention go, one may very reasonably appeal to such an authority on the other side as the late Mr. Beat of Warner Beat & Co. The outcome of his experience as an individualist financier was to convince him that the only way to raise the standard of technical science in England, and therewith of economic enterprise, was by the endowment of public teaching, and the huge London Charlottenburg rises out of his conviction. Even Messrs. Rockefeller and Carnegie admit the failure of individualism in this matter by pouring money into public universities and public libraries. All these heads of the commercial process confess by such acts just exactly what this objection of the inexperienced denies. That is to say, the power of the state to develop art, invention, and knowledge. The necessity that this duty should be done, if not by, then at any rate through the state. Socialism may very seriously change the direction of intellectual and aesthetic endeavour. That one admits. But there is no reason whatever for supposing it will not, and there are countless reasons for supposing that it will enormously increase the opportunities and encouragements for aesthetic and intellectual endeavour. Part 6. Socialism would arrest the survival of the fittest. Here is an objection from quite a new quarter. It is the stock objection of the science student. Hitherto we have considered religious and aesthetic difficulties, but this is the difficulty of the mind that realizes clearly the nature of the biological process, the secular change in every species under the influence of its environment, and is most concerned with that. Species, it is said, change, and the student of the elements of science is too apt to conclude that this change is always ascent in the scale of being, by the killing off of the individuals out of harmony with the circumstances under which the species is living. This is not quite true. The truer statement is that species change because, allowing for chance and individual exceptions, only those individuals survive to reproduce themselves who are fairly well adjusted to the conditions of life, so that in each generation there is only a small portion of births out of harmony with these conditions. This sounds very like the previous proposition, but it differs in this, that the accent is shifted from the killing to the suppression of births. That is the really important fact. In any case, then, the believer in evolution holds that the qualities encouraged by the environment increase in the species, and the qualities discouraged diminish. The qualities that have survival value are not always what we human beings consider admirable. That is a consideration many science students fail to grasp. The remarkable habits of all the degenerating crustacea, for example, the appetite of the vulture, the unpleasing personality of the common hyena, all that less charming side of Mother Nature that her scandalized children may read in Cobbold's Human Parasites, are the result of survival under the pressure of environment, just as much as the human eye or the wing of an eagle. Let the objector therefore ask himself what sort of fittest are surviving now. The plain answer is that under our present conditions, the breeding getter wins, the man who can hold and keep and reproduce his kind. People with the instinct of owning stronger than any other instinct float out upon the top of our seething mass and flourish there. Aggressive, intensely acquisitive, reproductive people, the ignoble sort of Jew is the very type of it, are the people who will prevail in a social system based on private property and mercantile competition. No creative power, no nobility, no courage can battle against them. And below, in the slums and factories, what will be going on? The survival of a race of stunted toilers, with great resisting power to infection, contagion and fatigue, omnivorous as rats. Don't imagine that the high infantile death rate of our manufacturing centres spares the fine big children. It does not. Here is the effectual answer to that. It is taken from the report of the Education Committee of the London County Council for the year 1905, and it is part of an account of an inquiry conducted by the headmaster of one school in a poor neighbourhood. The object of the inquiry was to discover the causes of variation in the physical condition of children within the limits of this single school. Each of the 405 boys was carefully weighed and measured without boots. A note was made of the condition of the teeth, and a general estimate of the personal cleanliness and sufficiency of clothing as a basis for determining the home conditions of neglect or otherwise from external evidence. The teacher of each class added an estimate of mental capacity. Here follow tabular arrangements of results and height and weight charts. It may be noted in the heights and weights for each age that the curve is not a continuous line of growth, but that at some ages it springs nearer to, and at the other sinks further from the normal. The greatest effect upon the life capital of the population is produced by the infantile mortality, which in some years actually kills off during the first year 1 in 5 of all children born. The question naturally arises, what is its effect upon the survivors? Do the weakly ones get killed off and only the strong muddle through? Or does the adverse environment which slaughters 1 in 5 have a maiming effect upon those left? When the infantile mortality for the parish in which the school is situate was charted above the physique curve, an absolute correspondent is to be observed. The children born in a year when infantile mortality is low show an increased physique, rising nearest to the normal in the extraordinary good year 1892, and those born in the years of high mortality show a decreased physique. It appears certain, therefore, that in the years of high infantile mortality the conditions to which 1 in 5 or 6 of the children born are sacrificed, having a maiming effect upon the other 4 or 5. The fine big children are born in periods of low infantile mortality. That is the essential point. So that anyhow, since the fittest under present conditions is manifestly the rat-like, the survival of the fittest that is going on now is one that is highly desirable to stop as soon as possible, and so far socialism will arrest the survival of the fittest. But that does not mean that it will stop the development of the species altogether. It will merely shift the incident of selection and rejection to a new set of qualities. I think I have already hinted, Chapter 6, Part 2, that a state that undertakes to sustain all the children born into it will do its best to secure good births. That implies a distinct bar to the marriage and reproduction of the halt and the blind, the bearers of transmissible diseases and the like. And women, being economically independent, will have a far freer choice in wedlock than they have now. Now they must in practice marry men who can more or less keep them. They must subordinate every other consideration to that. Under socialism, they will certainly look less to a man's means and acquisitive gifts, and more to the finer qualities of his personality. They will prefer prominent men, able men, fine, vigorous, and attractive persons. There will, indeed, be far more freedom of choice on either side than under the sordid conditions of the present time. I submit that such a free choice is far more likely to produce a secular increase in the beauty, the intellectual and physical activity, and the capacity of the race than our present haphazard mercenariness. The science student will be interested to read in this connection The Ethic of Free Thought, A&C Black, 1888, Socialism in Theory and Practice, 1884, and The Chances of Death and Other Studies in Evolution, Arnold, 1897, by Carl Pearson. Professor Pearson is not in all respects to be taken as an authoritative exponent of modern socialism, and he is associated with no socialist organization, but his treatment of the biological aspect is that of a specialist and a master. Part 7. Socialism is against human nature. This objection I have left until last because, firstly, it is absolutely true, and secondly, it leads naturally to the newer ideas that have already peeped out once or twice in my earlier chapters, and which will now ride up to a predominance in what follows, and, particularly, the idea that an educational process and a moral discipline are not only a necessary part, but the most fundamental part of any complete socialist scheme. Socialism is against human nature. That is true, and it is equally true of everything else. Capitalism is against human nature. Competition is against human nature. Cruelty, kindness, religion and doubt, monogamy, polygamy, celibacy, decency, indecency, piety and sin are all against human nature. The present system in particular is against human nature. Or what is the policeman for, the soldier, the debt collector, the judge, the hangman? What means the glass along my neighbour's wall? Human nature is against human nature. For human nature is in a perpetual conflict. It is the Ishmael of the universe, against everything and with everything against it, and within no more and no less than a perpetual battleground of passion, desire, cowardice, indolence, and goodwill. So, that our initial proposition, as it stands at the head of this section, is as an argument against socialism, just worth nothing at all. None the less valuable is it as a reminder of the essential constructive task of which the two primary generalizations of socialism we have so far been developing are but the outward and visible forms. There is no untutored naturalness in socialism, no uneducated blind force on our side. Socialism is made of struggling goodwill, made out of a conflict of wills. I have tried to let it become apparent that for a while I do firmly believe not only in the splendour and nobility of the socialist dream, but in its ultimate practicality. I do also recognize quite clearly that with people just as they are now, with their prejudices, their ignorances, their misapprehensions, their unchecked vanities and greeds and jealousies, their crude and misguided instincts, their irrational traditions, no socialist state can exist, no better state can exist than the one we have now with all its squalor and cruelty. Every change in human institutions must happen concurrently with a change of ideas. Upon this plastic, uncertain, teachable thing, human nature, within us and without, we have, if we really contemplate socialism as our achievement, to impose guiding ideas and guiding habits, we have to coordinate all the goodwill that is active or latent in our world in one constructive plan. Today, the spirit of humanity is lost to itself, divided, dispersed, and hidden in little narrow distorted circles of thought. These divided, misshapen circles of thought are not human nature, but human nature has fallen into these forms and has to be released. Our fundamental business is to develop the human spirit. It is in the enlargement and enrichment of the average circle of thought that the essential work and method of socialism is to be found. Chapter 10. Socialism, a Developing Doctrine. Part 1. So far, we have been discussing the broad elementary propositions of modern socialism. As we have dealt with them, they amount to little more than a sketch of the foundation for a great scheme of social reconstruction. It would be a poor service to socialism to pretend that this scheme is complete. From this point onward, one enters upon a series of less unanimous utterances and more questionable suggestions. Concerning much of what follows, socialism has as yet not elaborated its teaching. It has to do so. It is doing so. But huge labours lie before its servants. Before it can achieve any full measure of realization, it has to overcome problems at present but half solved, problems at present scarcely touched, the dark, unsettling suggestion of problems that still await formulation. The anti-socialist is freely welcome to all these admissions. No doubt they will afford grounds for some cheap transitory triumph. They affect our great generalizations not at all. They detract nothing from the fact that socialism presents the most inspiring, creative scheme that ever came into the chaos of human affairs. The fact that it is not cut and dried, that it lives and grows, that every honest adherent adds not only to its forces, but to its thought and spirit, is itself inspiration. The new adherent to socialism in particular must bear this in mind, that socialism is no garment made and finished that we can reasonably ask the world to wear forthwith. It is not that its essentials remain in doubt. It is not that it does not stand for things supremely true, but that its proper method and its proper expedients have still to be established. over and above the propaganda of its main constructive ideas and the political work for their more obvious and practical application, an immense amount of intellectual work remains to be done for socialism. The battle for socialism is to be fought not simply at the polls and in the marketplace, but at the writing desk and in the study. Too many questions the attitude of socialism today is one of confessed inquiring imperfection. See Note 17. It would indeed be very remarkable if a proposition for changes so vast and comprehensive as socialism advances was in any different state at this present time. Note 17. The student will find very clear, informing and suggestive reading in Kirkup's History of Socialism, A and C Black, 1906. It is a fine, impartial account of these developments, which may well be used as a corrective or confirmation of this book. It is so recently as 1833 that the world first heard the word socialism. See Note 18. It appeared then with the vaguest implications and the most fluctuating definition as a general term for a disconnected series of protests against the extreme theories of individualism and individualist political economy, against the cruel, race-destroying industrial spirit that then dominated the world. Of these protests, the sociological suggestions and experiments of Robert Owen were most prominent in the English community, and he it is, more than any other single person, whom we must regard as the father of socialism. But in France, ideas essentially similar were appearing about such movements and personalities as those of Saint Simon, Proudhon, and Fourier. They were part of a vast system of questionings and repudiations, political doubts, social doubts, hesitating inquiries, and experiments. Note 18. It was probably first used in The Poor Man's Guardian in that year. See The Life of Francis Place by Graham Wallace, page 353. It is only to be expected that early socialism should now appear as not only an extremely imperfect but a very inconsistent system of proposals. Its value lay not so much in its plans as in its hopeful and confident denials. It had hold of one great truth. It moved one great amendment to the conception of practical equality the French Revolution had formulated, and that was its clear indication of the evil of unrestricted private property and of the necessary antagonism of the interests of the individual to the common weal, of wealth against commonwealth, that went with that. Whilst most men had to go propertyless in a world that was privately owned, the assertion of equality was an empty lie. For the rest, primordial socialism was entirely sketchy and experimental. It was wild as the talk of schoolboys. It disregarded the most obvious needs. It did not provide for any principle of government, or for the maintenance of collective thought and social determination. It offered no safeguards and guarantees for even the most elementary privacies and freedoms. It was extraordinarily non-constructive. It was extreme in its proposed abolition of the home, and it flatly ignored the huge process of transition needed for a change so profound and universal. The early socialism was immediately millennial. It had no patience. The idea was to be made into a definite project forthwith. Fourier drew up his compact scheme, arranged how many people should live in each flange, and so forth. And all that remained to do, he thought, was to sow phalanges as one scatters poppy seed. With him it was to be socialism by contagion. With many of his still hastier contemporaries, it was to be socialism by proclamation. all the evils of society were to crumble to ruins like the walls of Jericho at the first onset of the great idea. Our present generation is less buoyant, perhaps, but wiser. However young you may be as a reformer, you know you must face certain facts those early socialists ignored. Whatever sort of community you dream of, you realize that it has to be made up of the sort of people you meet every day, or of the children growing up under their influence. The damping words of the old philosopher to the ardent social reformer of 17 were really the quintessence of our criticism of revolutionary socialism. Will your aunts join us, my dear? No. Well, is the grocer on our side, and the family solicitor? We shall have to provide for them all, you know, unless you suggest a lethal chamber. For a generation, socialism, in the exaltation of its self-discovery, failed to measure these primary obstacles, failed to recognize the real necessity, the quality of the task of making these people understand. To this day, the majority of socialists still fail to grasp completely the Herbartian truth, the fact that every human soul moves within its circle of ideas, resisting enlargement, incapable indeed, if once it is adult, of any extensive enlargement, and that all effectual human progress can be achieved only through such enlargement. Only ideas cognate to a circle of ideas are assimilated or assimilable. Ideas too alien, though you shout them in the ear, thrust them in the face, remain foreign and incomprehensible. The early socialists, arriving at last at their great idea after toilsome questionings, after debates, disputations, studies, trials, saw and instantly couldn't understand those others who did not see. They failed altogether to realize the leaps they had made, the brilliant omissions they had achieved, the difficulties they had evaded to get to this magnificent conception. I suppose such impatience is as natural and understandable as it is unfortunate. None of us escape it. Much of this early socialism is as unreal as mathematics, has much the same relation to truth as the abstract absolute process of calculation has to concrete individual things. Much of it more than justifies altogether that black or white method of criticism of which I wrote in the preceding chapter. They were as downright and unconsidering, as little capable as the reasoned middle attitude. Proudhon, perceiving that the world was obsessed by a misconception of the scope of property whereby the many were enslaved to the few, went off at a tangent to the announcement that property is robbery, an exaggeration that, as I have already shown, still haunts socialist discussion. The ultimate factor of all human affairs, the psychological factor, was disregarded. Like the classic mathematical problem, early socialism was always neglecting the weight of the elephant, or some other, from the practical point of view, equally essential factor. This was, perhaps, an unavoidable stage. It is probable that by no other means than such exaggeration and partial statement could socialism have got itself begun. The world of 1830 was fatally wrong in its ideas of property. Early socialism rose up and gave those ideas a flat, extreme, outrageous contradiction. After that, analysis and discussion became possible. The early socialist literature teems with rash, suggestive schemes. It has the fertility, the confusion, the hopefulness, the promise of glowing youth. It is a quarry of ideas, a mine of crude expedients, a fountain of emotions. The abolition of money, the substitution of labour notes, the possibility, justice and advantage of equalizing upon a time basis the remuneration of the worker, the relation of the new community to the old family. 100 such topics were ventilated, were not so much ventilated as tossed about in an impassioned gale. Much of this earlier socialist literature was like Cabott's book, actually utopian in form. A still larger proportion was utopian in spirit. Its appeal was imaginative, and it aimed to be a plan of a new state as definite and detailed as the plan for the building of a house. It has been the fashion, with a number of later socialist writers and speakers, mind-struck with that blessed word evolution, confusing scientific, a popular epithet to which they aspired, with unimaginative, to sneer at the utopian method, to make a sort of ideal of a leaden practicality. But it does not follow, because the utopias produced and the experiments attempted were in many aspects unreasonable and absurd, that the method itself is an unsound one. At a certain phase of every creative effort, you must cease to study the thing that is and plan the thing that is not. The early socialisms were only premature plans and hasty working models that failed to work. And it must be remembered, when we consider socialism's early extravagancies, that any idea or system of ideas which challenges the existing system is necessarily, in relation to that system, outcast. Mediocre men go soberly on the high roads, but saints and scoundrels meet in the jails. If A and B rebel against the government, they are apt, although they rebel for widely different reasons, to be classed together. They are apt indeed to be thrown together and tempted to sink even quite essential differences in making common cause against the enemy. So that, from its very beginning, socialism was mixed up. To this day, it remains mixed up with other movements of revolt and criticism with which it has no very natural connection. There is, for example, the unfortunate entanglement between the socialist theory and the repudiation of any but subjective sexual limitations which is called free love, and there is still more unfortunate association of its rebellion against orthodox economic theories, with rebellion against this or that system of religious teaching. Several of the early socialist communities, again, rebelled against the ordinary clothing, and their women made short hair and bloomers the outward and visible associations of the communistic idea. In Holyoake's History of Cooperation, it is stated that one early experiment was known to its neighbours as the grass-eating atheists of Ham Common. I have done my very best, in Chapter 8, Part 2, to clear the exposition of socialism from these entanglements. But it is well to recognize that these are no corruptions of its teaching, but an inevitable birth infection that is still to be completely overcome. Part 2. The comprehensively constructive spirit of modern socialism is very much to seek in these childhood phases that came before Marx. These early projects were for the most part developed by literary men, and by one philosophic businessman, Owen, to whose circle of ideas the conception of state organization and administration was foreign. They took peace and order for granted. They left out the schoolmaster, the judge, and the policeman, as the amateur architect of the anecdote left out the staircase. They set out to contrive a better industrial organization, or a better social atmosphere within the present scheme of things. They wished to reform what they understood, and what was outside their circle of ideas they took for granted, as they took the sky and sea. Not only was their literature utopian literature about little islands of things begun over again from the beginning, but their activities tended in the direction of utopian experiments equally limited and isolated. Here again, A just critic will differ from many contemporary socialists in their depreciation of this sort of work. Owen's experiments in socialized production were of enormous educational and scientific value. They were, to use a mining expert's term, hand specimens of human welfare of the utmost value to promoters. They made factory legislation possible. They initiated the now immense cooperative movement. They stirred commonplace imaginations as only achievement can stir them. They set going a process of amelioration in industrial conditions that will never, I believe, cease again until the socialist state is attained. But apart from Owen and the general advertisement given to socialist ideas, it must be admitted that a great majority of socialist communities have, by every material standard, failed rather than succeeded. Some went visibly insolvent and to pieces. Others were changed by prosperity. Some were wrecked by the sudden lapse of the treasurer into an extreme individualism. Essentially, socialism is a project for the species, but these communities made it a system of relationships within a little group. To the world without, they had necessarily to turn a competitive face, to buy and sell and advertise on the lines of the system as it is. If they failed, they failed. If they succeeded, they presently found themselves landlords, employers, no more and no less than a corporate individualism. I have described elsewhere, see Note 19, the fate of the celebrated Oneida community of New York State, and how it is now converted into an aggressive, wealthy, fighting corporation of the most modern type, employing immigrant labor. Note 19. The Future in America, Chapman and Hall, 1906. Professed and conscious socialism in its early stages, then, was an altogether extreme proposition. It was at once imperfect and over-emphatic, and it was confused with many quite irrelevant and inconsistent novelties with regard to diet, dress, medicine, and religion. Its first manifest, acknowledged and labelled fruits were a series of futile communities. Noyes's History of American Socialisms gives their simple history of births and of fatal infantile ailments. Brook Farm, Fourierite, Phalanges, and the like. But correlated with these extreme efforts, drawing ideas and inspiration from them, was the great philanthropic movement for the amelioration of industrialism that was, I insist, for all its absence of a definite socialist label in many cases, an equally legitimate factor in the making of the great conception of modern socialism. Socialism may be the child of the French Revolution, but it certainly has one aristocratic Tory grandparent. There can be little dispute of the close connection of Lord Shaftesbury's Factory Acts, that commencement of constructive statesmanship in industrialism, with the work of Owen. The whole Victorian period marks a steady development of social organisation out of the cruel economic anarchy of its commencement, the beginnings of public education, adulteration acts, and similar checks upon the extremities of private enterprise, the great successful experiments of cooperative consumers' associations, and the development of what has now become a quasi-official representation of labour in the state through the trade unions. Two great writers, Carlyle and Ruskin, the latter a professed socialist, spent their powers in a relentless campaign against the harsh theories of the liberty of property, the gloomy superstitions of political economy that barred the way to any effectual constructive scheme. An enormous work was done throughout the whole Victorian period by socialists and socialistic writers, in criticising and modifying the average circle of ideas, in bringing conceptions that had once seemed weird, outcast and altogether fantastic, more and more within the range of acceptable practicality. The first early socialisms were most various and eccentric upon the question of government and control. They had no essential political teaching. Many, but by no means all, were inspired by the democratic idealism of the First French Revolution. They believed in a mystical something that was wiser and better than any individual, the people, the common man. But that was by no means the case with all of them. The noise community was a sort of theocratic autocracy. The Saint Simonian tendency was aristocratic. The English socialism that in the Middle Victorian period developed partly out of the suggestions of Owen's beginnings and partly as an independent fresh outpouring of the struggling goodwill in man. That English socialism that found a voice in Ruskin and in Morris and Kingsley, and the Christian socialists, was certainly not democratic. It kept much of what was best in the public spirit of contemporary English life, and it implied, if it did not postulate, a governing class. Benevolent and even generous in conception, its exponents betray all too often the ties of social habituations, the limited circle of ideas of English upper and upper-middle class life, easy and cultivated, well served and distinctly, not unmistakably, authoritative. While the experimental utopian socialisms gave a sort of variegated and conflicting pattern of reorganized industrialism, and, incidentally to that, a new heaven and earth, the benevolent socialism, socialistic liberalism, and socialistic philanthropy of the Middle Victorian period really went very little further in effect than a projected amelioration and moralization of the relations of rich and poor. It needed the impact of an entirely new type of mind before socialism began to perceive its own significance as an ordered scheme for the entire reconstruction of the world, began to realize the gigantic breadth of its implications. Chapter 11. Revolutionary Socialism. Part 1. It was Karl Marx who brought the second great influx of suggestion into the intellectual process of socialism. Before his time, there does not seem to have been any clear view of economic relationships as having laws of development, as having interactions that began and went on and led towards new things. But Marx had a vision. He had, as Darwin and the evolutionists had, as most men with a scientific training and many educated men without that advantage now have, a sense of secular change. Instead of being content with the accepted picture of the world as a scene where men went on producing and distributing wealth and growing rich or poor, it might be for endless ages, he made an appeal to history and historical analogies, and for the first time viewed our age of individualist industrial development not as a possibly permanent condition of humanity, but as something unstable and in motion, as an economic process, that is to say, with a beginning, a middle, and, as he saw it, an almost inevitable end. The last thing men contrive to discern in every question is the familiar obvious, and it came as a great and shattering discovery to the economic and sociological thought of the latter half of the 19th century that there was going on not simply a production, but an immense concentration of wealth, a differentiation of a special wealthy class of landholder and capitalist, a diminution of small property owners, and the development of a great and growing class of landless, nearly propertyless men, the proletariat. Marx showed, he showed so clearly that today it is recognized by every intelligent man. that given a continuance of our industrial and commercial system, of uncontrolled gain-seeking that is, given a continuance of our present spirit and ideas of property, there must necessarily come a time when the owner and the proletarian will stand face to face, with nothing, if we accept a middle class of educated professionals dependent on the wealthy, who are after no more than the upper stratum of the proletariat, to mask or mitigate their opposition. We shall have two classes, the class-conscious worker and the class-conscious owner, and they will be at war. And with a broad intellectual sweep he flung the light of this conception upon the whole contemporary history of mankind. Das Kapital was no sketch of utopias, had no limitation to the conditions or possibilities of this country or that. Here, he says in the widest way, is what is going on all over the world. So long as practically untrammeled private property, such as you conceive it today, endures, this must go on. The worker gravitates steadily everywhere to a bare subsistence. The rest of the proceeds of his labour swell the power of the owners. So it will go on, while gain and getting are the rule of your system, until accumulated tensions between class and class smash this present social organization and inaugurate a new age. In considering the thought and work of Karl Marx, the reader must bear in mind the epoch in which that work commenced. The intellectual world was then under the sway of an organized mass of ideas known as the science of political economy, a mass of ideas that has now not so much been examined and refuted as slipped away imperceptibly from its hold upon the minds of men. In the beginning, in the hands of Adam Smith, whose richly suggestive book is now all too little read, political economy was a broad-minded and sane inquiry into the statecraft of trade based upon current assumptions of private ownership and personal motives. But from him it passed to men of perhaps, in some cases, quite equal intellectual energy but inferior vision and range. The history of political economy is indeed one of the most striking instances of the mischief wrought by intellectual minds devoid of vision in the entire history of human thought. Special definition, technicality are the stigmata of second-rate intellectual men. They cannot work with the universal tool, they cannot appeal to the general mind. They must abstract and separate. On such men fell the giant's robe of Adam Smith, and they wore it after their manner. Their arid atmospheres are intolerant of clouds. An outline that is not harsh is abominable to them. They criticized their master's vagueness, and must needs mend it. They sought to give political economy a precision and conviction such a subject will not stand. They took such words as value, an incurably and necessarily vague word, rent, the name of the specific relation of landlord and tenant, and capital, and sought to define them with relentless exactness and use them with inevitable effect. So doing, they departed more and more from reality. They developed a literature more abundant, more difficult, and less real than all the exercises of the schoolmen put together. To use common words in uncommon meanings is to sow a jungle of misunderstanding. It was only to be expected that the bulk of this economic literature resolves upon analysis into ponderous, intricate, often astonishingly able and foolish wrangling about terminology. Now, in the early Victorian period in which Marx planned his theorizing, political economy ruled the educated world. Ruskin had still to attack the primary assumptions of that tyrannous and dogmatic edifice. The duller sort of educated people talked of the immutable laws of political economy in the blankest ignorance that the basis of everything in this so-called science was a plastic human convention. Humane impulses were checked, creative effort tried and condemned by these mystical formulae. Political economy traded on the splendid achievements of physics and chemistry and pretended to an inexorable authority. Only a man of supreme intelligence and power, a man resolved to give his lifetime to the task, could afford in those days to combat the pretensions of the political economist, to deny that his categories presented scientific truth and to cast that jargon aside. As for Marx, he saw fit to accept the verbal instruments of his time, albeit he bent them not a little in use, to accommodate himself to their spirit and to split and reclassify and redefine them at his need, so that he has become already difficult to follow, and his more specialized exponents among socialists use terms that arouse no echoes in the contemporary mind. The days when socialism need present its theories in terms of a science whose fundamental propositions it repudiates are at an end. One hears less and less of surplus value now, as one hears less and less of McCulloch's law of wages. It may crop up in the inquiries of some intelligent mechanic seeking knowledge among the obsolescent accumulations of a public library, or it may for a moment be touched upon by some veteran teacher. But the time when social and economic science had to choose between debatable and inexpressive technicalities on the one hand, or the stigma of empiricism on the other, is altogether past. The language a man uses, however, is of far less importance than the thing he has to say, and it detracts little from the cardinal importance of Marx that his books will presently demand restatement in contemporary phraseology and revision in the light of contemporary facts. He opened out socialism. It is easy to quibble about Marx and say he didn't see this or that, to produce this eddy in a backwater or that as a triumphant refutation of his general theory. One may quibble about the greatness of Marx as one may quibble about the greatness of Darwin. He remains great and cardinal. He first saw and enabled the world to see capitalistic production as a world process, passing by necessity through certain stages of social development, and unless some change of law and spirit came to modify it, moving towards an inevitable destiny. His followers are too apt to regard that as an absolutely inevitable destiny, but the fault lies not at his door. He saw it as socialism. It did not appear to him, as it does to many, that there is a possible alternative to socialism, that the process may give us not a triumph for the revolting proletariat, but their defeat, and the establishment of a plutocratic aristocracy culminating in imperialism and ending in social disintegration. From his study, from the studious rotunda of the British Museum reading room, he made his prophecy of the growing class consciousness of the workers, of the inevitable class war, of the revolution and the millennium that was to follow it. He gathered his facts, elaborated his deductions, and waited for the dawn. So far as his broad generalization of economic development goes, events have wonderfully confirmed Marx. The development of trusts, the concentration of property that America in particular displays, he foretold. Given that men keep to the unmodified ideas of private property and individualism, and it seems absolutely true that so the world must go. And in the American Appeal to Reason, for example, which goes out weekly from Kansas to 250,000 subscribers, one may, if one chooses, see the developing class consciousness of the workers and the promise, when the strikers take to rifles and explosives as they do in Pennsylvania and Colorado, something more than the promise of the class war. But the modern socialist considers that this generalization is a little too confident and comprehensive. He perceives that a change in custom, law, or public opinion may delay, arrest, or invent the economic process, and that socialism may arrive after all not by a social convulsion, but by the gradual and detailed concession of its propositions. The Marxist presents dramatically what after all may come methodically and unromantically, a revolution as orderly and quiet as the precession of the equinoxes. There may be a concentration of capital and a relative impoverishment of the general working mass of people, for example, and yet a general advance in the world's prosperity and a growing sense of social duty in the owners of capital and land may do much to mask this antagonism of class interests and ameliorate its miseries. Moreover, this antagonism itself may in the end find adequate expression through temperate discussion, and the class war come disguised beyond recognition, with hates mitigated by charity and swords beaten into pens, a mere constructive conference between two classes of fairly well-intentioned, albeit perhaps still biased men and women. Part 2. The circle of ideas in which Marx moved was that of a student deeply tinged with the idealism of the Renaissance French Revolution. His life was the life of a recluse from affairs, an invalid's life. A large part of it was spent round and about the British Museum reading room, and his conceptions of socialism and the social process have at once the spacious vistas given by the historical habit and the abstract quality that comes with a divorce from practical experience of human government. Only in England and in the 80s did the expanding propositions of socialism come under the influence of men essentially administrative. As a consequence, Marx, and still more the early Marxists, were and are negligent of the necessities of government and crude in their notions of class action. He saw the economic process with a perfect lucidity. Practically he foretold the consolidation of the trusts, and his statement of the necessary development of an entirely propertyless working class with an intensifying class consciousness is a magnificent generalization. He saw clearly up to that opposition of the many and the few, and then his vision failed, because his experience and interests failed. There was to be a class war, and numbers schooled to discipline by industrial organization were to win. After that the teaching weakens in conviction. The proletariat was to win in the class war, then classes would be abolished. Property in the means of production and distribution would be abolished. All men would work reasonably, and the millennium would be with us. The constructive part of the Marxist program was too slight. It has no psychology. Contrasted indeed with the splendid destructive criticisms that preceded it, it seems indeed trivial. It diagnoses a disease admirably, and then suggests rather an incantation than a plausible remedy. And as a consequence, Marxist socialism appeals only very feebly to the man of public affairs or business or social experience. It does not attract teachers or medical men or engineers. It arouses such men to a sense of social instability, but it offers no remedy. They do not believe in the mystical wisdom of the people. They find no satisfactory promise of a millennium in anything Marx foretold. To the labouring man, however, accustomed to take direction and government as he takes air and sky, these difficulties of the administrative and constructive mind do not occur. His imagination raises no questioning in that picture of the proletariat triumphant after a class war and quietly coming to its own. It does not occur to him for an instant to ask how. Question the common Marxist upon these difficulties, and he will relapse magnificently into the doctrine of laissez-faire. That will be all right, he will tell you. How? We'll take over the trusts and run them. It is part of the inconveniences attending all-powerful new movements of the human mind that the disciple bolts with the teacher, overstates him, underlines him, and it is no more than a tribute to the potency of Marx that he should have paralyzed the critical faculty in a number of very able men. To them, Marx is a final form of truth. They talk with bated breath of a classic socialism to which no man may add one jot or one tittle, to which they are as uncritically pledged as extreme Bible Christians are bound to the letter of the Word. The peculiar evil of the Marxist teaching is this, that it carries the conception of a necessary economic development to the pitch of fatalism. It declares with all the solemnity of popular science that socialism must prevail. Such a fatalism is morally bad for the adherent. It releases him from the inspiring sense of uncertain victory. It leads him to believe the stars in their courses will do his job for him. The common Marxist is apt to be sterile of effort, therefore, and intolerant, preaching predestination and salvation without works. By a circuitous route indeed, the Marxist reaches a moral position curiously analogous to that of the disciple of Herbert Spencer. Since all improvement will arrive by leaving things alone, the worse things get, the better, for so much the nearer one comes to the final exasperation, to the class war and the triumph of the proletariat. This certainty of victory in the nature of things makes the Marxists difficult in politics, pedantic sticklers for the letter of the teaching, obstinate opponents of what they call palliatives, of any installment system of reform. They wait until they can make the whole journey in one stride, and would, in the meanwhile, have no one set forth upon the way. In America, the Marxist fatalism has found a sort of supreme simplification in the gospel of Mr. H. G. Wilshire. The trusts, one learns, are to consolidate all the industry in the country, own all the property. Then when they own everything, the nation will take them over. Let the nation own the trusts. The nation in the form of a public, reading capitalistic newspapers, inured to capitalistic methods, represented and ruled by capital-controlled politicians, will suddenly take over the trusts and begin a new system. It would be quite charmingly easy, if it were only in the remotest degree credible. Part 3. The Marxist teaching tends to an unreasonable fatalism. Its conception of the world after the class war is over is equally antagonistic to intelligent constructive effort. It faces that future, utters the word democracy, and veils its eyes. The conception of democracy to which the Marxist adheres is that same mystical democracy that was evolved at the first French Revolution. It will sanction no analysis of the popular wisdom. It postulates a sort of spirit hidden, as it were, in the masses, and only revealed by a universal suffrage of all adults. Or, according to some social democratic federation authorities who do not believe in women, all adult males at the ballot box. Even a large proportion of the adults will not do. It must be all. The mysterious spirit that thus peers out and vanishes again at each election is the people. Not any particular person, but the quintessence, and it is supposed to be infallible. It is supposed to be not only morally, but intellectually omniscient. It will not even countenance the individuality of elected persons. They are to be mere tools, delegates from this diffused, intangible oracle, the ultimate wisdom. Well, it may seem ungracious to sneer at the grotesque formulation of an idea profoundly wise, at the hurried, wrong, arithmetical method of rendering that collective spirit a community undoubtedly can and sometimes does possess. I myself am the profoundest believer in a democracy awake intellectually, conscious and self-disciplined. But so long as this mystic faith in the crowd, this vague, emotional, uncritical way of evading the immense difficulties of organizing just government and a collective will prevails, so long must the socialist project remain not simply an impracticable, but, in an illiterate, badly organized community, even a dangerous suggestion. I, as a socialist, am not blind to these possibilities, and it is foolish because a man is in many ways on one side that one should not call attention to his careless handling of a loaded gun. Social democracy may conceivably become a force that in the sheer power of untutored faith may destroy government and not replace it. I do not know how far that is not already the case in Russia. I do not know how far this may not ultimately be the case in the United States of America. The Marxist teaching, great as was its advance on the dispersed chaotic socialism that preceded it, was defective in other directions as well as in its innocence of any scheme of state organization. About women and children, for example, it was ill-informed. Its founders do not seem to have been inspired either by educational necessities or philoprogenitive passion. No biologist, indeed no scientific mind at all, seems to have tempered its severely economic tendencies. It so over-accentuates the economic side of life that at moments one might imagine it dealt solely with some world of purely productive immortals, who were never born and never aged, but only warred forever in a developing industrial process. Now reproduction and not production is the more central fact of social life. Women and children and education are things in the background of the Marxist proposal, like a man's dog, or his private reading, or his pet rabbits. They are in the foreground of modern socialism. The Social Democrats' doctrines go little further in this direction than the liberalism that founded the United States, which ignored women, children and niggers, and made the political unit the adult white man. They were blind to the supreme importance of making the next generation better than the present as the aim and effort of the whole community. Herb Ebel's book, Woman, is an ample statement of the evils of woman's lot under the existing regime, but the few pages upon the future of woman with which he concludes are eloquent of the Gijon insufficiency of the Marxist outlook in this direction. Marriage, which modern socialism tends more and more to sustain, was to vanish, at least as a law-made bond. Women were to count as men so far as the state is concerned. This disregard of the primary importance of births and upbringing in human affairs, and this advocacy of mystical democracy alike, contribute to blind the Marxist to the necessity of an educational process and of social discipline, and the more than personal importance of marriage in the socialist scheme. He can say with a light and confident heart to untrained, ignorant, groping souls, destroy the government, expropriate the rich, establish manhood suffrage, elect delegates strictly pledged, and you will be happy. A few modern Marxists stipulate in addition for a referendum, by which the acts of the elected delegates can be further checked by referring disputed matters to a general vote of all the adults in the community. Part 4. My memory, as I write these things of Marxism, carries me to the dusky largeness of a great meeting in Queen's Hall, and I see again the back of Mr. Hindman's head moving quickly as he receives and answers questions. It was really one of the strangest and most interesting meetings I have ever attended. It was a great rally of the Social Democratic Federation, and the place, floor, galleries, and platform was thick but by no means overcrowded with dingy, earnest people. There was a great display of red badges and red ties, and many white faces, and I was struck by the presence of girls and women with babies. It was more like the socialist meetings of the popular novel than any I had ever seen before. In the chair that night was Lady Warwick, that remarkable intruder into the class conflict, a blonde lady, rather expensively dressed so far as I could judge, about whom the atmosphere of class consciousness seemed to thicken. Her fair hair, her floriferous hat, told out against the dim multitudinous values of the gathering unquenchably. There were moments when one might have fancied it was simply a gathering of village tradespeople about the lady patroness, and at the end of the proceedings, after the red flag had been waved, after the red flag had been sung by a choir and damply echoed by the audience, someone moved a vote of thanks to the Countess in terms of familiar respect that completed the illusion. Mr. Hindman's lecture was entitled In the Rapids of Revolution, and he had been explaining how inevitable the whole process was, how Russia drove ahead, and Germany and France and America to the foretold crisis and the foretold millennium. But incidentally, he also made a spirited exhortation for effort, for agitation, and he taunted England for lagging in the schemes of fate. Someone amidst the dim multitude discovered an inconsistency in that. Now the questions were being handed in, written on strips of paper, and at last that listener's difficulty cropped up. "What's this?" said Mr. Hindman, unfolded the slip and read out, "Why trouble to agitate or work if the trusts are going to do it all for us?" The veteran leader of the Social Democratic Federation paused only for a moment. "Well, we've got to get ready for it, you know," he said, rustling briskly with the folds of the question to follow, and with these words, it seemed to me, that fatalistic Marxism crumbled down to dust. We have got to get ready for it. Indeed, we have to make it, by education and intention and set resolve. Socialism is to be attained not by fate, but by will. Part 5. And here, as a sort of Eastern European gloss upon Marxist socialism, as an extreme and indeed ultimate statement of this marriage of mystical democracy to socialism, we may say a word of anarchism. Anarchism carries the administrative laissez-faire of Marx to its logical extremity. If the common, untutored man is right anyhow, why these ballot boxes? Why these intermediaries in the shape of law and representative? That is the perfectly logical outcome of ignoring administration and reconstruction. The extreme social democrat and the extreme individualist meet in a doctrine of non-resistance to the forces of evolution, which in this connection they defy with a capital letter. Organization, control, design, the disciplined will, these are evil, they declare, the evil of life. So you come at the end of the process, if you are active-minded, to the bomb as the instrument of man's release to unimpeded virtue, and if you are pacific in disposition, to the Tolstoyan attitude of passive resistance to all rule and property. Anarchism, then, is as it were a final perversion of the socialist stream, a last meandering of socialist thought, released from vitalizing association with an active creative experience. Anarchism comes when the socialist repudiation of property is dropped into the circles of thought of men habitually ruled and habitually irresponsible, men limited in action and temperamentality, adverse to the toil, to the vexatious rebuffs and insufficiencies, the dusty effort, fatigue, and friction of the practical pursuit of a complex ideal, so that it most flourishes eastwardly, where men, it would seem, are least energetic and constructive, and it explodes or dies on American soil. Anarchism, with its knife and bomb, is a miscarriage of socialism, an acephalous birth from that fruitful mother. It is an unnatural offspring, opposed in nature to its parent, for always from the beginning the constructive spirit, the ordering and organizing spirit, has been strong among socialists. It was by a fallacy, an oversight, that laissez-faire in politics crept into a movement that was before all things an organized denial of laissez-faire in economic and social life. I write this of anarchism that it is opposed to contemporary socialism, the political anarchism. But there is also another sort of anarchism, which the student of these schools of thought must keep clear in his mind from this, the anarchism of Tolstoy and that other brand of William Morris, neither of which waves any flag of black, nor counsels violence. They present that conception of untrammeled and spontaneous rightness and goodness which is, indeed, I hazard, the moral ideal of all rightly thinking men. It is worth while to define very clearly the relation of this second sort of anarchism, the nobler anarchism, to the toiling constructive socialism which many of us now make our practical guide in life's activities, to say just where they touch and where they are apart. Now, the ultimate ideal of human intercourse is surely not socialism at all, but a way of life that is not litigious and not based upon jealousy-guarded rights, which is free from property, free from jealousy, and above the law. There shall not be marriage or giving in marriage. The whole mass of Christian teaching points to such an ideal. Paul and Christ turn again and again to the ideal of a world of just men made perfect, in which right and beauty come by instinct, in which just laws and regulations are unnecessary and unjust ones impossible. Turn your attention, says my friend the Reverend Stuart Headlam, in his admirable tract on Christian Socialism. Turn your attention to that series of teachings of Christ's which we call parables, comparisons, that is to say, between what Christ saw going on in the everyday world around him and the kingdom of heaven. If by the kingdom of heaven in these parables is meant a place up in the clouds, or merely a state in which people will be after death, then I challenge you to get any kind of meaning out of them whatever. But if by the kingdom of heaven is meant, as it is clear from other parts of Christ's teaching is the case, the righteous society to be established upon earth, then they all have a plain and beautiful meaning. A meaning well summed up in that saying so often quoted against us by the skeptic and the atheist, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." Or in other words, live, Christ said, all of you together, not each of you by himself. live as members of the righteous society which I have come to found upon earth, and then you will be clothed as beautifully as the eastern lily, and fed as surely as the birds." And the Reverend R.J. Campbell, who comes to socialism by the way of nonconformity, is equally convincing in support of this assertion that the kingdom of heaven was and is a terrestrial ideal. This is not simply the Christian ideal of society, it is the ideal of every right-thinking man, of every man with a full sense of beauty. You will find it rendered in two imperishably beautiful utopias of our own time, both, I glory to write, by Englishmen, The News from Nowhere of William Morris, and Hudson's exquisite Crystal Age. Both these present practically anarchist states. Both assume idealized human beings being finer, simpler, nobler than the heated, limited and striving poor souls who trust and suffer among the stresses of this present life. And the present writer, too, I must mention him, here to guard against a confusion in the future, when a little while ago he imagined humanity exalted morally and intellectually by the brush of a comet's tail. See Note 20. Was forced by the logic of his premises, and even against his first intention, to present not a socialist state, but a glorious anarchism as the outcome of that rejuvenescence of the world. Note 20. In the Days of the Comet, Macmillan and Co., 1906. Anti-socialist speakers and writers are in the habit of quoting passages of a review from the Times Literary Supplement, published during the heat of the book war, and promptly controverted as though they were quotations from this book. But the business of socialism lies at a lower level and concerns immediate things. Our material is the world as it is, full of unjust laws, bad traditions, bad habits, inherited diseases and weaknesses, germs and poisons, filths and envies. We are not dealing with magnificent creatures, such as one sees in ideal paintings and splendid sculpture, so beautiful they may face the world naked and unashamed. We are dealing with hot-eared, ill-kempt people who are liable to indigestion, baldness, corpulence, and fluctuating tempers, who wear top hats and bowler hats, or hats kept on by hatpins, and so with all the other necessary clothing, who are pitiful and weak and vain and touchy, almost beyond measure, and very naughty and intemperate, who have, alas, to be bound over to be in any degree faithful and just to one another. To strip such people suddenly of law and restraint would be as dreadful and ugly as stripping the clothes from their poor bodies. That anarchist world, I admit, is our dream. We do believe. Well, I at any rate believe this present world, this planet, will some day bear a race beyond our most exalted and temerarious dreams, a race begotten of our wills and the substance of our bodies, a race, so I have said it, who will stand upon the earth as one stands upon a footstool and laugh and reach out their hands amidst the stars. But the way to that is through education and discipline and law. Socialism is the preparation for that higher anarchism. Painfully, laboriously, we mean to destroy false ideas of property and self, eliminate unjust laws and poisonous and hateful suggestions and prejudices, create a system of social right-dealing and a tradition of right feeling and action. Socialism is the schoolroom of true and noble anarchism, wherein by training and restraint we shall make free men. There is a graceful and all too little known fable by Mr. Max Beerbohm, The Happy Hypocrite, which gives, I think, not only the relation of socialism to philosophic anarchism, but of all discipline to all idealism. It is the story of a beautiful mask that was worn by a man in love, until he tired even of that much of deceit and, a little desperately, threw it aside, to find his own face beneath changed to the likeness of the self he had desired. So would we veil the greed, the suspicion of the self-seeking scramble of today under institutions and laws that will cry duty and service in the ears and eyes of all mankind, keep down the evil so long and so effectually that at last law will be habit, and greed and self-seeking cease forever from being the ruling impulse of the world. Socialism is the mask that will mould the world to that better anarchism of good men's dreams. But these are long views, glimpses beyond the socialist horizon. The people who would set up anarchism today are people without human experience or any tempering of humour, only one shade less impossible than the odd one-sided queer beings one meets, ridiculously inaccessible to laughter, who, caricaturing their Nietzsche and misunderstanding their Shaw, invite one to set up consciously with them in the business of being overmen, to rule a world full of our betters, by fraud and force. It is a foolish teaching, saved only from being horrible by being utterly ludicrous. For us, the best is faith and humility, truth and service. Our utmost glory is to have seen the vision and to have failed, not altogether. For ourselves and such as we are, let us not deal in pride. Let us be glad to learn a little of this spirit of service, to achieve a little humility, to give ourselves to the making of socialism and the civilized state without presumption, and the toys that have heretofore engaged them. Chapter 12. Administrative Socialism. Part 1. Marx gave to socialism a theory of worldwide social development and rescued it altogether from the eccentric and localized associations of its earliest phases. He brought it so near to reality that it could appear as a force in politics, embodied first as the International Association of Working Men, and then as the social democratic movement of the continent of Europe that commands today over a third of the entire poll of German voters. So much Marx did for socialism. But if he broadened its application to the world, he narrowed its range to only the economic aspect of life. He arrested for a time the discussion of its biological and moral aspects altogether. He left it an incomplete doctrine of merely economic reconstruction supplemented by mystical democracy, and both its mysticism and incompleteness, while they offered no difficulties to a labouring man ignorant of affairs, rendered it unsubstantial and unattractive to people who had any real knowledge of administration. It was left chiefly to the little group of English people who founded the Fabian Society to supply a third system of ideas to the amplifying conception of socialism, to convert revolutionary socialism into administrative socialism. This new development was essentially the outcome of the reaction of its broad suggestions of economic reconstruction upon the circle of thought of one or two young officials of genius, and of one or two persons upon the fringe of that political social stratum of society, the English governing class. I make this statement, I may say, in the loosest possible spirit. The reaction is one that was not confined to England. It was to some extent inevitable wherever the new movement in thought became accessible to intelligent administrators and officials. But in the peculiar atmosphere of British public life, with its remarkable blend of individual initiative and a lively sense of the state, this reaction has had the freest development. There was indeed Fabianism before the Fabian Society. It would be ingratitude to some of the most fruitful social work of the Middle Victorian period to ignore the way in which it has contributed in suggestion and justification to the socialist synthesis. The city of Birmingham, for example, developed the most extensive process of municipalization as the mere common sense of local patriotism. But the movement was without formulae and correlation until the Fabians came. That unorganized, unpaid public service of public-spirited aristocratic and wealthy financial and business people, the governing class, which dominated the British Empire throughout the 19th century, has, through the absence of definite class boundaries in England and the readiness of each class to take its tone from the class above, that snobbishness, which is so often heedlessly dismissed as altogether evil, given a unique quality to British thought upon public questions and to British conceptions of socialism. It has made the British mind as a whole administrative. As compared with the American mind, for example, the British is state-conscious, the American state-blind. The American is no doubt intensely patriotic, but the nation and the state to which his patriotism points is something overhead and comprehensive like the sky, like a flag hoisted, something indeed that not only does not but must not interfere with his ordinary business occupations. To have public spirit, to be aware of the state as a whole, and to have an administrative feeling towards it is necessarily to be accessible to constructive ideas, that is to say, to socialistic ideas. In the history of thought in Victorian Great Britain, one sees a constant conflict of this administrative disposition with the individualistic commercialism of the aggressively trading and manufacturing class, the class that in America reigns unchallenged to this day. In the latter, country individualism reigns unchallenged. It is assumed. In the former, it has fought an uphill fight against the traditions of church and state and has never absolutely prevailed. The political economists and Herbert Spencer were its prophets, and they never at any time held the public mind in any invincible grip. Since the 80s, that grip has weakened more and more. Socialistic thought and legislation, therefore, was going on in Great Britain through all the Victorian period. Nevertheless, it was the Fabian Society that, in the 80s and through the intellectual impetus of at most 4 or 5 personalities, really brought this obstinately administrative spirit in British affairs into relation with socialism as such. The dominant intelligence of this group was Mr. Sidney Webb, and as I think of him thus coming after Marx to develop the third phase of socialism, I am struck by the contrast with the big-bearded socialist leaders of the early school and this small, active, unpretending figure, with the finely shaped head, the little imperial upper lip, the glasses, the slightly lisping, insinuating voice. He emerged as a colonial office clerk of conspicuous energy and capacity, and he was already the leader and idea factory of the Fabian Society when he married Miss Beatrice Potter, the daughter of a Conservative Member of Parliament and a girlfriend of Herbert Spencer, and already a brilliant student of sociological questions. Both he and she are devotees to social service, living laborious, ordered, austere, incessant lives, making the employment of secretaries their one extravagance, and alternations between research and affairs their change of occupation. A new type of personality altogether they were in the socialist movement, which had hitherto been richer in eloquence than discipline. And during the past 20 years of the work of the Fabian Society, through their influence, one dominant question has prevailed. assuming the truth of the two main generalizations of socialism, taking that statement of intention for granted, how is this thing to be done? They put aside the glib assurances of the revolutionary socialists that everything would be all right when the people came to their own, and so earned for themselves the undying resentment of all those who believe the world is to be effectually mended by a liberal use of chest notes and red flags. They insisted that the administrative and economic methods of the future must be a secular development of existing institutions, and inaugurated a process of study which has long passed beyond the range of the Fabian Society, broadening out with the organized work of the new University of London, with its special School of Economics and Political Science, and of a growing volume of university study in England and America, to the end that this how should be answered. The broad lines of the process of transition from the present state of affairs to the socialist state of the future, as they are developed by administrative socialism, lie along the following lines. 1. The peaceful and systematic taking over from private enterprise by purchase or otherwise, whether by the national or by the municipal authorities, as may be most convenient, of the great common services of land control, mining, transit, food supply, the drink trade, lighting, force supply, and the like. 2. Systematic expropriation of private owners by death duties and increased taxation. 3. The building up of a great scientifically organized administrative machinery to carry on these enlarging public functions. 4. A steady increase and expansion of public education, research, museums, libraries, and all such public services. The systematic promotion of measures for raising the school-leaving age, for the public feeding of school children, for the provision of public baths, parks, playgrounds, and the like. 5. The systematic creation of a great service of public health to take over the disorganized confusion of hospitals and other charities, sanitary authorities, officers of health, and private enterprise medical men. 6. The recognition of the claim of every citizen to welfare by measures for the support of mothers and children and by the establishment of old age pensions. 7. The systematic raising of the minimum standard of life by factory and other labour legislation, and particularly by the establishment of a legal minimum wage. These are the broad forms of the Fabian Socialists' answer to the question of how, with which the revolutionary socialists were confronted. The diligent student of socialism will find all these proposals worked out to a very practicable-looking pitch indeed in that Bible of administrative socialism, the collected tracts of the Fabian Society. See Note 21. And to that volume I must refer him. The theory of the minimum standard and the minimum wage is explained, moreover, with the utmost lucidity in that socialist classic, Industrial Democracy, by Sidney and Beatrice Webb. It is a theory that must needs be mastered by every intelligent socialist, but it is well to bear in mind that the method of the minimum wage is no integral part of the general socialist proposition, and that it still lies open to discussion and modification. Note 21. Fabian Tracts, Fabian Society, 5 shillings. Part 2. Every movement has the defects of its virtues, and it is not, perhaps, very remarkable that the Fabian Society of the 80s and 90s, having introduced the conception of the historical continuity of institutions into the propaganda of socialism, did certainly for a time greatly over-accentuate that conception and draw away attention from aspects that may be ultimately more essential. Beginning with the proposition that the institutions and formulae of the future must necessarily be developed from those of the present, that one cannot start de novo even after a revolution, one may easily end in an attitude of excessive conservatism towards existing machinery. In spite of the presence of such fine and original intelligences as Mr. now Sir Sidney Olivier and Mr. Graham Wallace in the Fabian councils, there can be no denial that for the first 20 years of its career, Mr. Webb was the prevailing Fabian. Now his is a mind legal as well as creative, and at times his legal side quite overcomes his constructive element. He is extraordinarily fertile in expedients and skillful in adaptation, and with a real horror of open destruction. This statement by no means exhausts him, but it does to a large extent convey the qualities that were uppermost in the earlier years, at any rate, of his influence. His insistence upon continuity pervaded the society, was re-echoed and intensified by others, and developed into something like a mania for achieving socialism without the overt change of any existing ruling body. His impetus carried this reaction against the crude democratic idea to its extremist opposite. Then arose Webbites to caricature Webb. From saying that the unorganized people cannot achieve socialism, they passed to the implication that organization alone, without popular support, might achieve socialism. Socialism was to arrive, as it were, insidiously. To some minds, this new proposal had the charm of a schoolboy's first dark lantern. Socialism ceased to be an open revolution and became a plot. Functions were to be shifted, quietly, unostentatiously, from the representative to the official he appointed. A bureaucracy was to slip into power through the mechanical difficulties of an administration by debating representatives. And since these officials would by the nature of their positions constitute a scientific bureaucracy, and since socialism is essentially scientific government as distinguished from haphazard government, they would necessarily run the country on the lines of a pretty distinctly undemocratic socialism. The process went even further than the secretiveness in its reaction from the large rhetorical forms of revolutionary socialism. There arose even a repudiation of principles of action, and a type of worker which proclaimed itself opportunist socialist. It was another instance of socialism losing sight of itself. It was a process quite parallel at the other extreme with the self-contradiction of the anarchist socialist. Socialism, as distinguished from mere liberalism, for example, is an organized plan for social reconstruction, while liberalism relies upon certain vague principles. Socialism declares that good intentions and doing what comes first to hand will not suffice. Now, opportunism is essentially benevolent adventure, and the doing of first-hand things. This conception of indifference to the forms of government, of accepting whatever governing bodies existed and using them to create officials and get something done, was at once immediately fruitful in many directions, and presently productive of many very grave difficulties in the path of advancing socialism. Webb himself devoted immense industry and capacity to the London County Council. It is impossible to measure the share he has had in securing such great public utilities as water supply, traction, and electric supply, for example, for complete exploitation by private profit-seekers, but certainly it is a huge one, and throughout England and presently in America, there went on a collateral activity of Fabian socialists. They worked like a ferment in municipal politics, encouraging and developing local pride and local enterprise in public works. In cases of large public bodies, working in suitable areas and commanding the services of men of high quality, striking advances in social organization were made. But in the case of smaller bodies in unsuitable districts and with no attractions for people of gifts and training, the influence of Fabianism did on the whole produce effects that have tended to discredit socialism. Aggressive, ignorant, and untrained men and women, usually neither inspired by socialist faith nor clearly defining themselves as socialists, persons too often of wavering purpose and doubtful honesty, got themselves elected in a state of enthusiasm to undertake public functions and challenge private enterprise under conditions that doomed them to waste and failure. This was the case in endless parish councils and urban districts. It was also the case in many London boroughs. It has to be admitted by socialists with infinite regret that the common borough council socialist is too often a lamentable misrepresentative of the socialist idea. The creation of the London borough councils found English socialism unprepared. They were bodies doomed by their nature to incapacity and waste. They represented neither natural communities nor any practicable administrative unit of area. Their creation was the result of quite silly political considerations. The slowness with which socialists have realized that for the larger duties that they wish to have done collectively, a new scheme of administration is necessary. That bodies created to sweep the streets and admirably adapt to that duty may be conspicuously not adapted to supply electric power or interfere with transit is accountable for much disheartening bungling. Instead of taking a clear line from the outset and denouncing these glorified vestries as useless, impossible, and entirely unscientific organs, too many socialists tried to claim Bumble as their friend and use him as their tool. And Bumble turned out to be a very bad friend and a very poor tool. In all these matters, the real question at issue is one between the emergency and the implement. One may illustrate by a simple comparison. Suppose there is a need to dig a hole and that there is no spade available. A Fabian with Mr. Webb's gifts becomes invaluable. He seizes upon a broken old cricket bat, let us say, uses it with admirable wit and skill, and presto! There is a hole made and the moral taught that one need not always wait for spades before digging holes. It is a lesson that socialism stood in need of, and which henceforth it will always bear in mind. But suppose we want to dig a dozen holes, it may be worthwhile to spend a little time in going to beg, borrow, or buy a spade. If we have to dig holes indefinitely, day after day, it would be sheer foolishness sticking to the bat. It will be worthwhile then not simply to get a spade, but to get just the right sort of spade in size and form that the soil requires, to get the proper means of sharpening and repairing the spade to ensure a proper supply. Or to point the comparison, the reconstruction of our legislative and local government machinery is a necessary preliminary to socialization in many directions. Mr. Webb has very effectually admitted that, is in fact himself leading us away from that by taking up the study of local government as his principal occupation. But the typical Webbite of the Fabian Society, who is very much to Webb what the Marxist is to Marx, entranced by his leader's skills, still clings to a caricature distortion of his earlier Fabian ideal. He dreams of the most foxy and wonderful digging by means of box lids, tablespoons, dish covers, anything but spades designed and made for the job in hand, just as he dreams of an extensive expropriation of landlords by a legislature that includes the present unreformed House of Lords. Part 3. It was only at the very end of the 19th century that the Fabian socialist movement was at all quickened to the need of political reconstruction as extensive as the economic changes it advocated, and it is still far from a complete apprehension of the importance of the political problem. To begin with, Mr. and Mrs. Webb, having completed their work on labour regulation, took up the study of local government and commenced that colossal task that still engages them, their book upon English local government, of which there has yet appeared, 1907, only 1 volume out of 7. Immense as this service is, it is only one part of conjoint activities that will ultimately give constructive social conceptions an enormous armoury of scientifically arranged fact. As the outcome of certain private experiences, the moral of which was pointed by discussion with Mr. and Mrs. Webb, the present writer in 1902 put before the Fabian Society a paper on administrative areas, see Note 22, in which he showed clearly that the character and efficiency and possibilities of a governing body depend almost entirely upon the suitability to its particular function of the size and quality of the constituency it represents and the area it administers. This may be stated with something approaching scientific confidence. A local governing body, for too small an area or elected upon an unsound franchise, cannot be efficient. But obviously, before you can transfer property from private to collective control, you must have something in the way of a governing institution which has a reasonably good chance of developing into an efficient controlling body. The leading conception of this administrative area paper appeared subsequently running through a series of tracts, the new Heptarchy series, in which one finds it applied first to this group of administrative problems and then to that. See Note 23. These tracts are remarkable, if only because they present the first systematic recognition on the part of any organized socialist body of the fact that a scientific reconstruction of the methods of government constitutes not only an incidental, but a necessary part of the complete socialist scheme. The first recognition of the widening scope of the socialist design that makes it again a deliberately constructive project. See Note 24. Note 22. See Appendix to Mankind in the Making, Chapman and Hall, 1905. Note 23. 1. Municipalization by provinces. 2. On the reform of municipal service. 3. Public control of electric power and transit. 4. The revival of agriculture, a national policy for Great Britain. 5. The abolition of poor law guardians. Others to follow. Fabian Society, 1905-1906. Note 24. This generalization is a sweeping one, and would need, were one attempting to give more than a broad impression of the sequence of socialist ideas, considerable modification. Such earlier tracts as the new Reform Bill, Facts for Londoners, Facts for Bristol, dealt mainly with the question of machinery. It is only an initial recognition, a mere first raid into a great and largely unexplored province of study. This province is in the broadest terms social psychology. A huge amount of thought, discussion, experiment is to be done in this field, needs imperatively to be done before the process of the socialization of economic life can go very far beyond its present attainments. Except for these first admissions, socialism has concerned itself only with the material reorganization of society and its social consequences, with economic changes and the reaction of these changes on administrative work. It has either accepted existing intellectual conditions and political institutions as beyond its control, or assumed that they will obediently modify as economic and administrative necessity dictates. Declare the social revolution, we were told in a note of cheery optimism by the Marxist apostles, and political institutions will come like flowers in May. Achieve your expropriation, said the early Fabians. Get your network of skilled experts spread over the country, and your political forms, your public opinion, your collective soul will not trouble you. The student of history knows better. These confident claims ignore the psychological factors in government and human association. They disregard a jungle of difficulties that lie directly in our way. Socialists have to face the facts. Firstly, that the political and intellectual institutions of the present time belong to the present condition of things, and that the intellectual methods, machinery and political institutions of the better future must almost inevitably be a very different type. Secondly, that such institutions will not come about themselves, which indeed is the old superstition of laissez-faire in a new form, but must be thought out, planned, and organized just as completely as economic socialization has had to be planned and organized. And thirdly, that so far socialism has evolved scarcely any generalizations even that may be made the basis of new intellectual and governmental, as distinguished from administrative, methods. It has preached collective ownership and collective control, and it has only begun to recognize that this implies the necessity of a collective will and new means and methods altogether for the collective mind. The administrative socialism which Mr. Webb and the Fabian Society developed upon a modification of the broad generalizations of the Marx phase is as it were no more than the first courses above those foundations of socialism. It supplies us with a conception of methods of transition and with a vision of a great and disciplined organization of officials, a scientific bureaucracy appointed by representative bodies of diminishing activity and importance, and coming to be at last the real working control of the socialist state. But it says nothing of what is above the officials, what drives the officials. It is a palace without living rooms, with nothing but offices, a machine as yet unprovided with a motor. No doubt we must have that organization of officials if we mean to bring about a socialist state, but the mind recoils with something like terror from the conception of a state run and ruled by officials, terminating in officials, with an official as its highest expression. One has a vision of a community with blue books instead of a literature, and inspectors instead of a conscience. The mystical democracy of the Marxist, though manifestly impossible, had in it something attractive, something humanly and desperately pugnacious and generous, something indeed heroic. The bureaucracy of the Webbite, though far more attainable, is infinitely less inspiring. But that may be because the inspiring elements remain to be stated, rather than that these practical constructive projects are in their nature and incurably hard and narrow. Instead of a gorgeous flare in the darkness, we have the first cold onset of daylight heralding the sun. If the letter of the teaching of Mr. and Mrs. Webb is bureaucracy, that is certainly not the spirit of their lives. The earlier socialists gave socialism substance, rudest intergestic moles, but noble stuff. Administrative socialism gave it a physical structure and nerves, defined its organs, and determined its functions. It remains for the socialist of today to realize in this shaping body of the civilized state of the future the breadth of life already unconfessedly there, to state in clear terms the reality for which our plans are made, by which alone they can be realized, that is to say, the collective mind of humanity, the soul and moral being of mankind. Chapter 13. Constructive Socialism. Part 1. Such a group of ideas and motives as socialism, fundamentally true as it is to the needs of life, and arising as it does from the inevitable suggestion of very widely dispersed evils and insufficiencies, does not spring from any one source, nor develop alongside any single line. It appears as smouldering fire appears, first here, then there, first in one form of expression and then another, now under this name and now under that. The manifest new possibilities created by the progress of applied science, the inevitable change of scale and of the size and conception of a community that arises out of them, necessitate at least the material form of socialism. That is to say, the replacement of individual action by public organization, in spite of 100 vested interests. The age that regarded Herbert Spencer as its greatest philosopher, for example, was urged, nevertheless, unwillingly and protestingly, but effectually, through phase after phase of more and more coordinated voluntary effort, until, at last, it had to undertake a complete system of organized, free public primary education. There, the moving finger of change halts not a moment. Already it is going on to secondary education, to schemes for a complete public educational organization, from reformatory school up to professional chair. The practical logic of the case is invincible. So too, the public organization of scientific research goes on steadily against all prejudices and social theories, and, in a very different field, the plain inconveniences of a private control of traffic in America and England alike force the affected property owners whose businesses are hampered and damaged towards the realization that freedom of private property in these services at least is evil and must end. As the proofs of these pages pass through my hands, comes the news of Mr. Lloyd George's settlement of the dispute between railway directors and employees by the establishment of a method of compulsory arbitration. Then again, the movement for public sanitation and hygiene spreads and broadens, and the natural alarm of even the most conservative at the falling birth rate and the stationary infantile death rate is evidently ripening for an advance towards public control and care even in the relation of child to parent, the most intimate of all personal affairs. Inevitably, all such movements must coalesce. Their spirit is one, the spirit of construction, and inevitably their coalescence will take the form of a wide and generous restatement of socialism. Nothing but a broader understanding of the broadening propositions of socialism is needed for that recognition now. Socialism, indeed, does not simply look. It appeals to the constructive professions at the present time, to the medical man, the engineer, the architect, the scientific agriculturist. Each of these sorts of men, in just so far as he is concerned with the reality of his profession, in just so far as he is worthy of his profession, must resent the considerations of private profit, of base economies that constantly limit and spoil his work and services in the interests of a dividend or some financial maneuver. So far, they have been antagonized towards socialism by the errors of its adherents, by the impression quite wantonly created that socialism meant either mob rule or the rule of pedantic, unsympathetic officials. They have heard too much of democracy, too much of bureaucracy, and not enough of construction. They have felt that on the whole the financial exploiter, detestable master as he often is, was better than the rule of either clamour on the one hand or red tape on the other. But, as I have been seeking to suggest, mob rule and official rule do not exhaust the possible alternatives. Neither ignorant democracy nor narrow bureaucracy can be the destined rulers of a socialist state. The only conceivable rule in a socialist civilization is through the operation of a collective mind that must be, by its nature, constructive and enterprising, because only through the creation of such a mind can socialism be brought about. A socialist state cannot exist without that mind existing also, and a collective mind can scarcely appear without some form of socialism giving it a material body. Now it is only under an intelligent collective mind that any of the dreams of these constructive professions can attain an effective realization. Where will the private profit in a universal sanitation, for example, be found? In the abolition of diseases? In the planned control of the public health? In the abolition of children's deaths? What thought of private gain will ever scrap our adolescent railroads and our stagnating industrial monopolies for new clean methods? So long as they pay a dividend, they will keep on upon their present lines. The architect knows, the engineer knows, we might build ourselves perfectly clean, smokeless, magnificent cities today, as full of pure water as ancient Rome, as full of pure air as the Engadine, if private ownership did not block the way. Who can doubt it, who understands what a doctor or an electrical engineer or a real architect understands? Surely all the best men in these professions are eager to get to work on the immense possibilities of life, possibilities of things cleared up, of things made anew, that their training has enabled them to visualize. What stands in their way stands in our way. Social disorganization, individualist self-seeking, narrowness of outlook, self-conceit, ignorance. With that conception, they must surely turn in the end, as we socialists turn, to the most creative profession of all, to that great calling with which each generation renews the world's circle of ideas, the teachers. The whole trend and purpose of this book from the outset has been to insist upon the mental quality of socialism, to maintain that it is a business of conventions about property and plans of reorganization, that is to say, of changes and expansions of the ideas of men, changes and expansions of their spirit of action, and their habitual circles of ideas. Unless you can change men's minds, you cannot effect socialism, and when you have made clear and universal certain broad understandings, socialism becomes a mere matter of science and devices and applied intelligence. That is the constructive socialist's position. Logically, therefore, he declares the teacher master of the situation. Ultimately, the socialist movement is teaching, and the most important people in the world from the socialist's point of view are those who teach. I mean, of course, not simply those who teach in schools, but those who teach in pulpits, in books, in the press, in universities and lecture theatres, in parliaments and councils, in discussions and associations and experiments of every sort, and, last in my list but most important of all, those mothers and motherly women who teach little children in their earliest years. Everyone, too, who enunciates a new and valid idea or works out a new contrivance is a teacher in this sense. And these teachers collectively, perpetually renew the collective mind. in the measure that in each successive generation they apprehend socialism and transmit its spirit, is socialism nearer its goal. Part 2. At the present time in America and all the Western European countries, there is a collective mind, a public opinion made up of the most adventitious and interesting elements. It is not even a national or a racial thing. It is curiously international, curiously responsive to thought from every quarter, a something, vague here, clear there, here diffused, there concentrated. It demands the closest attention from socialists, this something which is so hard to define and so impossible to deny, civilized feeling, the thought of our age, the mind of the world. It has organs, it has media, yet it is as hard to locate as the soul of a man. We know that somewhere in the brain and body of a man lives his self, that you must preserve that brain entire, aerate it, nourish it lest it die, and his whole being die, and yet you cannot say it is in this cell or in that. So, with an equal mystery of diffusion, the mind of mankind exists. No man, no organization, no authority can be more than a part of it. Twice at least there have been attempts of parts to be the whole. The Catholic Church and the Chinese Academy have each in varying measure sought to play the part of a collective mind for all humanity and failed. All individual achievement, fine books, splendid poems, great discoveries, new generalizations, lives of thought, are no more than flashes in this huge moral and intellectual being which grows now self-conscious and purposeful, just as a child grows out of its early self-ignorance to an elusive, indefinable, indisputable sense of itself. This collective mind has to be filled and nourished with the socialist purpose, to receive and assimilate our great idea. That is the great work of socialism. Consider the organs and media of the collective mind as one finds them in England or America now, how hazardous they are and accidental. At the basis of this strange thought process is the intelligence of the common man, once illiterate and accessible only to the crude, inarticulate influences of talk and rumour, now rapidly becoming educated, or at any rate educated to the level of reader and writer, and responding more and more to literary influences. The great mass of the population is indeed at the present time like clay, which has hitherto been a mere deadening influence underneath, but which this educational process, like some drying and heating influence upon that clay, is rendering resonant, capable of, in a dim answering way, ringing to the appeals made upon it. Reaching through this mass, appealing to it in various degrees, at various levels, and to various ends, there are a number of systems of organizations of unknown value and power. Its response, such as it is, robbed by multitudinousness of any personality or articulation, is a broad emotional impulse. Above this fundamental mass is the growing moiety which has a conscious thought process, of a sort. Its fundamental ideas, its preconceptions are begotten of a mixture of social traditions learnt at home and in school, and from the suggestions of contemporary customs and affairs. But it reads and listens more or less. And scattered through this, here and there, are people really learning, really increasing and accumulating knowledge, really thinking and conversing, the active mind cells, as it were, of the world. Their ideas are conveyed into the mass much as impulses are conveyed into an imperfectly innervated tissue, They are conveyed by books and pamphlets, by lecturing, by magazine articles and newspaper articles, by the agency of the pulpit, by organized propaganda, by political display and campaigns. The gross effect is considerable, but it is just as well that the socialist should look a little closely at the economic processes that underlie these intellectual activities at the present time. Except for the universities and much of the public educational organization, except for a few pulpits endowed for good under conditions that limit freedom of thought and expression, except for certain needy and impecunious propagandas, the whole of this apparatus of public thought and discussion today has been created and is sustained by commercial necessity. For example, consider what is, I suppose, by far the most important vehicle of ideas at the present time, which for a huge majority of adults is the sole vehicle of ideas, the newspaper. It is universal because it is cheap, and it is cheap because the cost of production is paid for by the advertisements of private enterprise. The newspaper is to a very large extent parasitic upon competition. Its criticism, its discussion, its correspondence are, from the business point of view, written on the backs of puffs of competing tobaccos, soaps, medicines, and the like. No newspaper could pay upon its sales alone, and the same thing is true of most popular magazines and weekly publications. It is highly probable that whatever checks public advertisement in other directions, the prohibition of bill posting upon hoardings, for example, the protection of scenery, railway carriages and architecture from the advertiser, stimulates the production of attractive literature. Necessarily, what is published in newspapers and magazines must be acceptable to advertising businesses and not too openly contrary to their interests. With that limitation, the newspapers provide a singularly free and various arena for discussion at the present time. It must, however, be obvious that to advance towards socialism is, if not to undermine the newspaper altogether, at least to change very profoundly this material vehicle of popular thought. The newspaper disseminates ideas. So too does the book and the pamphlet, and so far as these latter are concerned, their distribution does not at present rest in the same degree upon their value as vehicles of advertisement. They are saleable things unaided. The average book of today, at its nominal price of 6 shillings, pays in itself and supports its producers. So in a lesser degree does the 6-penny pamphlet, but neither book nor pamphlet reach so wide a public as the halfpenny and penny press. The methods and media of the book trade have grown up, no man designing them. They change, and no one is able to foretell the effect of their changes. At present, there is a great movement to cheapen new books, and it would seem the cheapening is partly to be made up for in enhanced sales and partly by an increased use of new books for advertisement. Many people consider this cheapening of new books as being detrimental to the interests of all, but the most vulgarly popular authors. They believe it will increase the difficulty of new writers and hopelessly impoverish just the finest element in our literary life, those original and exceptional minds who demand educated appreciation and do not appeal to the man in the street. This may or may not be true. The aspect of interest to the socialists is that here is a process going on which is likely to produce the most far-reaching results upon the collective mind, upon that thought process of the whole community which is necessary for the progressive organization of society. It is a process which is likely to spread one type of writer far and wide, which may silence or demoralize another, which may vulgarize and debase discussion, and which will certainly make literature far more dependent than it is at the present upon the goodwill of advertising firms. Yet as socialists, they have no ideas whatever in this matter. Their project of activities ignores it altogether. Books and newspapers constitute two among the chief mental organs of a modern community, but almost, if not equally important, is that great apparatus for the dissemination of ideas made up of the pulpits and lecture halls of 1,000 sects and societies. Towards all these things, socialism has hitherto maintained an absurd attitude of laissez-faire. So far, I have looked at the collective mind as a thought process only, but it has much graver and more immediate functions in a democratic state. It has, one must remember, to will social order and development. In every country, the machinery for determining and expressing this will is complex. The common method in the modern Western state is through the voting of a numerous electorate, which tends, it would seem, to become more and more the entire manhood, if not the entire adult population of the country. It is a curious but perhaps inevitable method. Practically, thought has to percolate down to the common man through all these strange and accidental channels. Newspapers, which are advertisement sheets, books, which may be boycotted in a book war, pulpits pledged to doctrine, and lecture halls kept open by rich people's subscriptions. It has to reach him, to mingle itself with generalized emotional forces in the heat of mysteriously subsidized election campaigns, and then return as a collective determination. For the statesman and the socialist, there could hardly be any study more important, one might think, than the science of these processes and methods. Yet the world has still to produce even the rudimentary generalizations of this needed science of collected psychology. Part 3. Now, I ask the reader to consider very carefully how the socialist movement, using that expression now in its wider sense, stands to this very vague and very real outcome of social evolution, the collective mind. What is it really aspiring to do in that collective mind? One has to recognize that this mind is at present a mind in a state of confusion, full of warring suggestions and warring impulses. It is like a very disturbed human mind. It is without a clear aim. It does not know, except in the vaguest terms, what it wants to do. It has impulses, it has fancies, it begins and forgets. In addition, it is afflicted with a division within itself that is strictly analogous to that strange mental disorder which is known to psychologists as multiple personality. It has no clear conception of the whole of itself. It goes about forgetting its proper name and address. Part of it thinks itself as one great being, as, let us say, Germany. Another thinks of itself as Catholicism. Another as the white race or Judea. At times, one might deem the whole confusion not so much a mind as incurable dementia, a chaos of mental elements haunted by invincible and mutually incoherent fixed ideas. This, you will remember, is the gist of that melancholy torso of irony, Flaubert's Bouvard et Pécuchet. In its essence, the socialist movement amounts to this. It is an attempt in this warring chaos of a collective mind to pull itself together, to develop and establish a governing idea of itself. It is like a man saying to himself resolutely, What am I? What am I doing with myself? Where am I drifting? And making an answer, hesitating at first, crude at first, and presently clear and lucid. The socialist movement is from this point of view no less than the development of the collective self-consciousness of humanity. Necessarily, therefore, it must be international as well as outspoken, making no truce with prejudices against race and colour. These national and racial collective consciousnesses of today are things as vague, as fluctuating as mists or clouds. They melt, dissolve into one another, they coalesce, they split. No clear, isolated national mind can ever maintain itself under modern conditions. Even the mind of Japan now comes into the common melting pot of thought. We socialists take up today the assertion the early Christians were the first to make, that mankind is of one household and one substance. The Samaritan who stoops to the wounded stranger by the wayside, our brother, rather than that Levite. In a very different sense indeed, the socialist propaganda must be the germ of the collective self-consciousness of mankind in the coming time. If the purpose of socialism is to prevail, its scattered writings, its dispersed, indistinct and confused utterances must increase in height and breadth and range, increase in power and service, gather to themselves every means of expression, grow into an ordered system of thought, art, literature, and will. The socialist propaganda of today must beget the whole public opinion of tomorrow, or fail. The socialists must play the part of a little leaven to leaven the whole world. If they do not leaven it, then they are altogether defeated. Part 4. Now, this conception of socialism as being ultimately a moral and intellectual synthesis of mankind, from which fresh growth may come, sets a fresh test of value upon all the activities of the socialist, and opens up altogether new departments for research. Let us face the peculiar difficulty of the socialist position. We propose to destroy the competitive capitalistic system that owns and sustains our present newspapers, gives and leaves money to universities, endows fresh pulpits, publishes, advertises, and buys books. We have to ask, as reasonable creatures, what new media we propose to give in the place of these accidental and unsatisfactory methods of distributing and exchanging thought. It would almost seem as though current socialism breathes public opinion as the Middle Ages breathed air, without realizing that it existed, that it might be vitiated or withheld. And so we are beyond the range of prepared and digested socialist proposals here altogether. It is still open to the anti-socialist to allege that socialism may incidentally destroy itself by choking the channels of its own thinking, and the socialist has still to reply in vague, general terms. We must ensure the continuity of the collective mind. That is manifestly a primary necessity for socialism. The attempt to realize the Marxist idea of a democratic socialism without that might easily fail into the aborted birth of an acephalous monster. The secular development of administrative socialism give the world over to a bureaucratic mandarinate, self-satisfied, interfering, and unteachable, with whom wisdom would die. And yet, we socialists can produce in our plans no absolute bar to these possibilities. Here, I can suggest only in the most general terms methods and certain principles. They need to be laid down as vitally necessary to socialism, and so far they have not been so laid down. They have still to be incorporated in the socialist creed. They are essentially principles of that liberalism out of whose generous aspirations socialism sprang, but they are principles that even today, unhappily, do not figure in the fundamental professions of any socialist body. The first of these is the principle of freedom of speech, the second, freedom of writing, and the third, universality of information. In the civilized state, everyone must be free to know. Knowledge must be patent and at hand, and anyone must be free to discuss, write, suggest, and persuade. These freedoms must be guarded as sacred things. It is not in the untutored nature of man to respect any of these freedoms. It is not in the bureaucratic habit of mind. Indeed, the desire to suppress opinions adverse to our own is almost instinctive in human nature. It is an instinct we have to conquer. Fair play in discussion is sustained by a cultivated respect, by a correction of natural instinct. Men need to be trained to be jealous of obscurantism, of unfair argument, of authoritative interference with opinion, when that opinion is against them. In England, such a jealousy does already largely exist. It has been cultivated with us since the 17th century at least. America, it seemed to me during my short visit to the States, has somewhat retrograded from its former British standard in this respect. There is a crude majority tyranny in the matter of publication, an un-English disposition to boycott libraries, books, authors, and publications upon petty issues, a growing disposition to discriminate in the mails against unpopular views. These interferences with open statement and discussion are decivilizing forces. Given a clear public understanding of these necessities as primary, then one may point out that the next necessity for the mental existence of a socialist state is an extension and cheapening of the impartial universal distributing activity of the public post, so that it becomes not only the means of correspondence, but also of distributing books and newspapers, pamphlets, and every form of printed matter. The post office must become bookseller and newsagent. In France, this is already the case with the press, and newspapers are handed in not by the newsboy but by the public mail. In England, Mrs. Smith and Moody and so forth may censor what they like among periodicals or books. The remedy is more toilsome and vexatious than the injury. Neither England nor America has any security against finding its public supply of magazines or literature suddenly choked by the manoeuvres of some blackmailing book or news trust, squalidly fighting author or publisher for an increase in its proportion of profits, or interested in financial exploitations liable to exposure. The socialist state will not for a moment permit such risks as these. It must certainly be a ubiquitous news vendor and bookseller. The ordinary news vendor and bookseller must become an impartial state official, working for a sure and comfortable salary instead of for precarious profits. And this amplification of the book and news post and the book and news trades will need to be not simply a municipal but a state service of the widest range. Distribution, however, is only the beginning of the problem. There is the more difficult issue of getting books and papers printed and published. And here we come to an intricate puzzle in reconciling the indisputable need for untrammeled individual expression on the one hand, with public ownership on the other, and also with the difficult riddle how authors may be supported under socialist conditions. It is not within the design of this book to do more than indicate a possible solution. These are problems the socialist has still to work out. At present, authors with business shrewdness and the ability to be interesting get an income from the sale of their books, and it seems possible that they might continue to be paid in that way under socialism. It is difficult outside the field of specialist work, which under any socialist system has to be endowed in relation to colleges and universities, to find any other just way of discriminating between the author, who ought to get a living from writing, and the author who has no reasonable claim to do so. But under socialism, in addition to the private publisher or altogether replacing him, there will have to be some sort of public publisher. Here again difficulties arise. It is difficult to see how, if there is only one general state publishing department, a sort of censorship can be altogether avoided, and even if, for example, one insists upon the right of everyone who cares to pay for it to have matter printed, bound and issued by the public presses and binders, it still leaves a disagreeable possibility of uniformity haunting the mind. But the whole trend of administrative socialism is towards a conception of great local governments, of land, elementary education, omnibus transit, power distribution and the like, vesting in the hands of municipalities as great as medieval principalities, and it seems possible to look to these great bodies and to the municipal patriotism and intermunicipal rivalries that will develop about them, for just that spirited and competitive publishing that is desirable, just as one looks now to their rivalries as a stimulus for art and architecture and public dignity and display. See Note 25. Already, as I have pointed out in a previous chapter, Chapter 9, Part 5, the decorative arts had to be rescued from the degrading influence of private enterprise. No one wants to go back now to the early Victorian state of affairs, and so it is reasonable to hope that out of the municipal art and technical schools, which teach printing, binding and the like, public presses, public binderies and all the machinery of book production may be developed in a natural and convenient manner. So too, the municipalities might publish, seek out, maintain and honour writers and sell the books they produced against each other all over the world. It would be a matter of pride for authors still unrecognised to go forth to the world with the arms of some great city on their covers, and it would be a matter of pride for any city to have its arms upon the work become classic and immortal. So at least one method of competition is possible in this matter. Note 25. I visited Liverpool and Manchester the other day for the first time in my life, and was delighted to find how the inferiority of the local art galleries to those of Glasgow rankled in people's minds. This, however, is but one passing suggestion out of many possibilities. But in all these issues of the intellectual life, it is manifest that public ownership must be so contrived, and can be so contrived as to avoid centralization and a control without alternatives. Moreover, whatever public publishing is done, it must be left open to any one to set up as an independent publisher or printer, and to sell and advertise through the impartial public book and news distributing organization. I lay some stress upon this matter of book issuing because I think it is a remarkable and regrettable thing about contemporary socialist discussion that it does not seem to be in the least alive to the great public disadvantage of leaving this vitally important service to private gain-getting. Municipal coal, municipal milk, municipal house-owning, the socialists seem prepared for, and even municipal theatres, but municipal publication they still do not take into consideration. They leave the capitalist free to contrive the control of their book supply and to check and determine all the provender of their minds. The problem of the press is perhaps to be solved by some parallel combination of individual enterprise and public resources. All sorts of things may happen to the newspaper of today. Even in the near future, it cannot but be felt that in its present form it is an extremely transitory phenomenon, that it no longer embodies and rules public thought as it did in the Middle and later Victorian period, and that a separation of public discussion from the news sheet is already in progress. Both in England and America, the popular magazine seems taking over an increasing share of the public thinking. The newspaper appears to be in the opening throes of a period of fundamental change. But I will not go into the future of the newspaper here. All these suggestions are merely thrown out in the most tentative way to indicate the nature of the field for study that lies open for any intelligent worker to cultivate, and that socialists have so far been too busy to consider. The same truth that controls must be divided, and a competition at least for honour and repute kept alive under socialism, needs also to be applied to schools and colleges and all the vast machinery of research. It is imperative that there should be overlapping and competing organizations. An educated and prosperous community, such as we postulate for the socialist state, will necessarily be more alert for interest and intellectual quality than our present driven multitude. Its ampler leisure, its wider horizons, will keep it critical and exacting of what claims its attention. The rivalries of institutions and municipalities will be part of the drama of life. Under socialism, with the extension of the educational process it contemplates, universities and colleges must become the most prominent of facts. Nearly everyone will have that feeling for some such place which now one finds in a Trinity man for Trinity, the sort of feeling that sent the last thoughts of Cecil Rhodes back to Oriel. Everywhere, balanced against the town hall or the Parliament House, will be the great university buildings and art museums, the lecture halls open to all comers, the great noiseless libraries, the book exhibitions and book and pamphlet stores, keenly criticised, keenly used, will teem with unhurrying, incessant creative activities. And all this immense, publicly sustained organization will be doing greatly and finely what now our scattered line of socialist propagandists is doing under every disadvantage. That is to say, it will be developing and sustaining the social self-consciousness, the collective sense of the state. Part 5. I am naturally preoccupied with the mind of that civilized state we seek to make, because my work lies in this department. But while the writer, the publisher and printer, the bookseller and librarian, and teacher and preacher must chiefly direct himself to developing this great organized mind and intention in the world, other sorts of men will be concerned with parallel aspects of the socialist synthesis. The medical worker or the medical investigator will be building up the body of a new generation, the body of the civilized state, and he will be doing all he can, not simply as an individual but as a citizen, to organize his services of cure and prevention, of hygiene and selection. And the specialized man of science, he will be concerned with his own special synthesis, the knowledge of the civilized state, whether he measure crystals or stain microtome sections or count stars. A great and growing multitude of men will be working out the apparatus of the civilized state. The students of transit and housing, the engineers in their incessantly increasing variety, the miners and geologists estimating the world's resources in metals and minerals, The mechanical inventor's perpetually economizing force. The scientific agriculturist again will be studying the food supply of the world as a whole, and how it may be increased and distributed and economized. And to the student of law comes the task of rephrasing his intricate and often quite beautiful science in relation to the new social assumptions we have laid down. All these and 100 other aspects are integral to the wide project of constructive socialism as it shapes itself now. And to the man or woman who looks at these issues not as one specialized in relation to some constructive calling, but as a common citizen, a mere human being, eager to make and do, from the standpoint of personal liberty and personal affections, the appeal of this great constructive project is equally strong. You want security and liberty. Here it is, safe from the greed of trust and landlord. Here is investment with absolute assurance and trading with absolute justice. This is the only safe way to build your own house in perfect security, to make your own garden safe for yourself and for your children's children, the only way in which you can link 100 million kindred wills in loyal cooperation with your own, and that is to do it not for yourself alone and for your children alone, but for all the world doing it also for you. To join yourself to this great making of a permanent well-being for mankind. And here finally, let me set out a sort of program of constructive socialism as it seems to be shaping itself in the minds of contemporary socialists out of the Fabianism of the 80s and 90s, in order that the reader may be able to measure this fuller and completer proposition against the earlier administrative socialism whose propositions are set out in Chapter 11, Part 1. All those are incorporated in this that follows. There is no contradiction whatever between them, but there is amplification. New elements are taken into consideration. Once disregarded difficulties have been faced and partially resolved. First, then, the constructive socialist has to do whatever lies in his power towards the enrichment of the socialist idea. He has to give whatever gifts he has as artist, writer, as maker of any sort to increasing and refining the conception of civilized life. He has to embody and make real the state and the city, and the socialist idea, constantly restated, refreshed, and elaborated, has to be made part of the common circle of ideas, has to be grasped and felt and assimilated by the whole mass of mankind, has to be made the basis of each individual's private morality. The mental work is the primary, most essential function of constructive socialism. And next, constructive socialism has in every country to direct its energies and attention to political reform, to the scientific reconstruction of our representative and administrative machinery so as to give power and real expression to the developing collective mind of the community, and to remove the obstructions to socialization that are inevitable where institutions stand for interests or have fallen under the sway of aggressive private property or of narrowly organized classes. Governing and representative bodies, advisory and investigatory organizations of a liberal and responsive type have to be built up. Bodies that shall be really capable of the immense administrative duties the secular abolition of the great bulk of private ownership will devolve upon them. Thirdly, the constructive socialist sets himself to forward the resumption of the land by the community, by increased control, by taxation, by death duties, by purchase and by partially compensated confiscation as circumstances may render advisable, and so to make the municipality the sole landlord in the reorganized world. And meanwhile, the constructive socialist goes on also with the work of socializing the main public services, by transferring them steadily from private enterprise to municipal and state control, by working steadily for such transfers, and by opposing every party and every organization that does not set its face resolutely against the private exploitation of new needs and services. There are 4 distinct systems of public service which could very conveniently be organized under collective ownership and control now, and each can be attacked independently of the others. There is first the need of public educational machinery, and by education I mean not simply elementary education, but the equally vital need for great colleges not only to teach and study technical arts and useful sciences, but also to enlarge learning and sustain philosophical and literary work. A civilized community is impossible without great public libraries, public museums, public art schools, without public honor and support for contemporary thought and literature, and all these things the constructive socialist may forward at 100 points. Then next, there is the need and opportunity of organizing the whole community in relation to health, the collective development of hospitals, medical aid, public sanitation, child welfare into one great loyal and efficient public service. This too may be pushed forward either as part of the general socialist movement or independently as a thing in itself by those who may find the whole socialist proposition unacceptable or inconvenient. A third system of interests upon which practical work may be done at the present time lies in the complex, interdependent developments of transit and housing, questions that lock up inextricably with the problem of replanning our local government areas. Here, too, the whole world is beginning to realize more and more clearly that private enterprise is wasteful and socially disastrous, that collective control, collective management, and so on to collective enterprise and ownership of building land, houses, railways, tramways and omnibuses give the only way of escape from an endless drifting entanglement and congestion of our mobile modern population. The 4th department of economic activity in which collectivism is developing and in which the constructive socialist will find enormous scope for work is in connection with the more generalized forms of public trading, and especially with the production, handling, and supply of food and minerals. When the lagging enterprise of agriculture needs to be supplemented by endowed educational machinery, agricultural colleges and the like, when the feeble intellectual initiative of the private adventure miner and manufacturer necessitates a London Charlottenburg, it must be manifest that state initiative has altogether outdistanced the possibilities of private effort, and that the next step to the public authority instructing men how to farm, prepare food, run dairies, manage mines, and distribute minerals is to cut out the pedagogic middleman and undertake the work itself. The state education of the expert for private consumption, such as we see at the Royal School of Mines, is surely too ridiculous a sacrifice of the community to private property to continue at that. The further inevitable line of advance is the transfer from private to public hands by purchase, by competing organizations or what not, of all those great services just as rapidly as the increasing capacity and experience of the public authority permits. This briefly is the work and method of constructive socialism today. Under one or other head, it can utilize almost every sort of capacity and every type of opportunity. It refuses no one who will serve it. It is no narrow doctrinaire cult. It does not seek the best of an argument, but the best of a world. Its worst enemies are those foolish and litigious advocates who antagonize and estrange every development of human goodwill that does not pay tribute to their vanity in open acquiescence. Its most loyal servants, its most effectual helpers on the side of art, invention, and public organization and political reconstruction, may be men who will never adopt the socialist name. Chapter 14. Some Arguments ad hominem. Part 1. Before I conclude this compact exposition of modern socialism, it is reasonable that the reader should ask for some little help in figuring to himself this new world at which we socialists aim. I see the justice of much of the socialist position, he will say, and the soundness of many of your generalizations, but it still seems to remain generalizations, and I feel the need of getting it into my mind as something concrete and real. What will the world be like when its state is really a socialist one? That's my difficulty. The full answer to that would be another book. I myself have tried to render my own personal dream in a book called A Modern Utopia. See Note 26. But that has not been so widely read as I could have wished. It does not appeal strongly enough, perhaps, to the practical everyday side of life. And here I may do my best to give very briefly some intimation of a few of the differences that would strike a contemporary if he or she could be transferred to the new order we are trying to evolve. Note 26. Chapman and Hall. It would be a world and a life in no fundamental respect different from the world of today, made up of the same creatures as ourselves, as limited in capacity if not in outlook, as hasty, as quick to take offence, as egotistical essentially, as hungry for attention, as easily discouraged. They would indeed be better educated and better trained, less goaded and less exasperated, with ampler opportunities for their finer impulses and smaller scope for rage and secrecy. But they would still be human. At bottom, it would still be a struggle for individual ends, albeit ennobled individual ends, for self-gratification and self-realization against external difficulty and internal weakness. Self-gratification would be sought more keenly in self-development and self-realization in service, but that is a change of tone and not of nature. We shall still be individuals. You might, indeed, were you suddenly flung into it, fail to note altogether for a long time the widest of the differences between the socialist state and our present one. The absence of that worrying urgency to earn, that sense of constant economic insecurity, which afflicts all but the very careless or the very prosperous today. Painful things being absent are forgotten. On the same principle, certain common objects of our daily life you might not miss at all. There would be no slums, no hundreds of miles of insanitary, ignoble homes, no ugly, health-destroying, cheap factories. If you were not in the habit of walking among slums and factories, you would scarcely notice that. Din and stress would be enormously gone. But you would remark simply a change in the atmosphere about you and in your own contentment, that would be as difficult to analyze as the calm of a Sunday morning in sunshine in a pleasant country. Let me put my conception of the socialist world to a number of typical readers, as it were, so that they may see clearly just what difference in circumstances there would be for them if we socialists could have our way now. Let me suppose them, as far as possible, exactly what they are now, save for these differences. Then first, let us take a sample case and suppose yourself to be an elementary teacher. So far as your work went, you would be very much as you are today. You would have a finer and more beautiful schoolroom perhaps, better supplied with apparatus and diagrams. You would have cleaner and healthier, that is to say brighter and more responsive children. And you would have smaller and more manageable classes. Schools will be very important things in the socialist state, and you will find outside your classroom a much ampler building with open corridors, a library, a bath, refectory for the children's midday meal, and gymnasium, and beyond the playground, a garden. You will be an enlisted member of a public service, free under reasonable conditions to resign, liable under extreme circumstances to dismissal for misconduct, but entitled until you do so to a minimum salary, a maintenance allowance that is, and to employment. You will have had a general education from the state up to the age of 16 or 17, and then 3 or 4 years of sound technical training so that you will know your work from top to bottom. You will have applied for your present position in the service, whatever it is, and have been accepted, much as you apply and are accepted for positions now, by the school managers, and you will have done so because it attracted you, and they will have accepted you because your qualifications seemed adequate to them. You will draw a salary attached to the position over and above that minimum maintenance salary to which I have already alluded. You will be working just as keenly as you are now, and better, because of the better training you have had, and because of shorter hours and more invigorating conditions, and you will be working for much the same ends, that is to say for promotion to a larger salary and wider opportunities and for the interest and sake of the work. In your leisure you may be studying, writing, or doing some work of supererogation for the school or the state, because under socialist conditions it cannot be too clearly understood that all the reasons the contemporary trade unionist finds against extra work and unpaid work will have disappeared. You will not, in a socialist state, make life harder for others by working keenly and doing much if you are so disposed. You will be free to give yourself generously to your work. You will have no anxiety about sickness or old age. The state, the universal friendly society, will hold you secure against that. But if you like to provide extra luxury and dignity for your declining years, if you think you will be amused to collect prints or books, or travel then, or run a rose garden, or grow chrysanthemums, the state will be quite ready for you to pay it an insurance premium in order that you may receive in due course an extra annuity to serve that end you contemplate. You will probably live as a tenant in a house which may either stand alone or be part of a terrace or collegiate building. But instead of having a private landlord, exacting of rent and reluctant of repairs, your house landlord will very probably be, and your ground landlord will certainly be, the municipality, the Great Birmingham, or London, or Hampshire, or Glasgow, or such like municipality. And your house will be built solidly and prettily, instead of being jerry-built and mean-looking. And it will have a bathroom, electric light, electrically equipped kitchen, and so forth, as every modern, civilized house might have and should have now. If your taste runs to a little close garden of your own, you will probably find plenty of houses with one. If that is not so, and you want it badly, you will get other people of like tastes to petition the municipality to provide some. And if that will not do, you will put yourself up as a candidate for the parish or municipal council to bring this about. You will pay very much the sort of rent you pay now, but you will not pay it to a private landlord to spend as he likes at Monte Carlo or upon foreign missions or in financing moderate bill posting or what not, but to the municipality, and you will pay no rates at all. The rent will do under socialism what the rates do now. You cannot grasp too clearly that socialism will abolish rates absolutely. Rates for public purposes are necessary today because the landowners of the world evade the public obligations that should, in common sense, go with the rent. Light, heating, water and so on will either be covered by the rent or charged for separately, and they will be supplied just as near cost price as possible. I don't think you will buy coals, because I think that in a few years' time it will be possible to heat every house adequately by electricity. But if I am wrong in that, then you will buy your coals just as you do now, except that you will have an honest coal merchant, the public coal service, a merchant not greedy for profit, nor short in weight, calculating and foreseeing your needs, not that it may profit by them, but in order to serve them, storing coal against a demand, and so never raising the price in winter. I am assuming you are going to be a house occupier, but if you are a single man, you will probably live in pleasant apartments, in a hotel or college, and dine in a club, and perhaps keep no more than a couple of rooms, one for sleep and one for study and privacy of your own. But if you are a married man, then I must enlarge a little further upon your domestic details, because you will probably want a home of your own. Part 2. Now, just how a married couple lives in the socialist state will depend very much, as indeed it does now, on the individual relations and individual taste and proclivities of the two people most concerned. Many couples are childless now and indisposed for home and children, and such people will also be found in the socialist state. And in their case, the wife will probably have an occupation and be a teacher, a medical practitioner, a government clerk or official, an artist, a milliner, and earn her own living. In which case they will share apartments perhaps, and dine in a club and go about together very much as a childless couple of journalists or artists or theatrical people do in London today. But of course, if either of them chooses to idle more or less and live on the earnings of the other, that will be a matter quite between themselves. No one will ask who pays the rent and their bills. That will be for their own private arrangement. But if they are not childless people, but have children, things will be on a rather different footing. Then they will probably have a home all to themselves, and that will be the wife's chief affair. Only incidentally will she attend to any other occupation. You will remember that the state is to be a sort of universal friendly society, supplying good medical advice and so forth, and so soon as a woman is likely to become a mother, her medical adviser, man or woman as the case may be, will report this to the proper officials, and her special income as a prospective mother in the state will begin. Then, when her child is born, there will begin an allowance for its support, and these payments will continue monthly or quarterly, and will be larger or smaller according first to the well-being of the child, and secondly to the need the state may have for children, so long as the children are in their mother's care. All this money for maternity will be the wife's independent income, and normally she will be the house ruler, just as she is now in most well-contrived households. Her personality will make the home atmosphere, This is the woman's gift and privilege, and she will be able to do it with a free hand. I suppose that for the husband's cost in the household, the present custom of cultivated people of independent means will continue, and he will pay over to his wife his share of the household expenses. After the revenue in the domestic budget under socialism, one must consider the expenditure. I have already given an idea how the rent and rates, lighting and water are to be dealt with under socialist conditions. For the rest, the housewife will be dealing on very similar lines to those she goes upon at present. She will buy what she wants and pay cash for it. The milkman will come in the morning and leave his book at the end of the week. But instead of coming from Mr. Watertap Jones's or the 20% Dairy Company, he will come from the municipal dairy. He will have no interest in giving short measure, and all the science in the state will be behind him in keeping the milk clean and pure. If he is unpunctual or trying in any way, the lady will complain just as she does now, but to his official superiors instead of his employer. And if that does not do, she and her aggrieved neighbours, all voters you will understand, will put the thing to their representative in the parish or municipal council. Then she will buy her meat and grocery and so on, not in one of a number of inefficient little shops with badly assorted goods under unknown brands as she does now if she lives in a minor neighbourhood, but in a branch of a big well-organized business like Lipton's or Whiteley's or Harrods. She may have to go to it on a municipal electric car, for which she will probably pay a fare just as she does now, unless perhaps her house rent includes a season ticket. The store will not belong to Mr. Lipton or Mr. Whiteley or Mr. Harrod, but to the public. That will be the chief difference, and if she does not like her service, she will be able to criticize and remedy it, just as one can now criticize and remedy any inefficiency in one's local post office. If she does not like the brands of goods supplied, she will be able to insist upon others. There will be brands too, different from the household names of today in the goods she will buy. The county arms of Devon will be on the butter paper. Hereford and Kent will guarantee her cider. Hampshire and Wiltshire answer for her bacon. Just as now already Australia brands her wines and New Zealand protects her from deception and ensures clean, decent slaughtering in the matter of Canterbury lamb. I rather like to think of the Red Dagger of London on the wholesome bottled ales of her great municipalised breweries, and Maidstone or Rochester, let us say, boasting a special reputation for jam or pickles. Good honest food, all of it will be made by honest unsweated women and men, with the pride of broad vales and uplands, counties, principalities, and great cities behind it. Each county and municipality will be competing freely against its fellows, not in price but quality. The cheeses of Cheshire against the cheeses of France and Switzerland, the beer of Munich against the Kentish brew, bread from the bakeries of London and Paris, biscuits from Reading town, chocolates from Switzerland and Bourneville, side by side with butter from the meadows of Denmark and Russia. Then, when the provisions have been bought, she will go perhaps to the other departments of the great store and buy or order the fine linen and cotton of the Manchester men, the delicate woolens of the Bradford City looms, the silks of London or Mercia, Northampton or American boots, and so forth, just as she does now in any of the great stores. But, as I say, all these goods will be honest goods, made to wear as well as look well, and the shopman will have no premiums to tempt him to force rubbish upon her instead of worthy makes by specious introduction. But suppose she wants a hat or a dress made. Then, probably, for all that the world is under socialism, she will have to go to private enterprise. A matter of taste and individuality such as dress cannot be managed in a wholesale way. She will probably find in the same building as the big department store a number of little establishments, of Madam this or Mrs. that, some perhaps with windows displaying a costume or so, or a hat or so, and here she will choose her particular artiste and contrive the thing with her. I'm inclined to think the dressmaker or milliner will charge a fee according to her skill and reputation for designing and cutting and so on, and that the customer will pay the store separately for material and the municipal workshop for the making under the artiste's direction. I don't think, that is, that the milliner or dressmaker will make a trading profit, but only an artiste's fee. And if the lady wants to buy books, music, artistic bric-a-brac, or what not, she will find the big store displaying and selling all these things on commission for the municipal or private producers all over the world. So much for the financial and economic position of an ordinary woman in a socialist state. But management and economies are but the basal substance of a woman's life. She will be free, not merely financially. The systemic development of the social organization and of the mechanisms of life will be constantly releasing her more and more from the irksome duties and drudgeries that have consumed so much of the energies of her sex in the past. She will be a citizen, and free as a man to read for herself, think for herself, and seek expression. Under the law, in politics and all the affairs of life, she will be the equal of a man. No one will control her movements or limit her actions or stand over her to make decisions for her. All these things are implicit in the fundamental generalizations of socialism, which denies property in human beings. Part 3. Perhaps now the reader will be able to figure a little better the common texture of the life of a teacher or a housewife under socialism. And incidentally, I have glanced at the position a clever milliner or dressmaker would probably have under the altered conditions. The great mass of the employees in the distributing trade would obviously be living a sort of clarified, dignified version of their present existence, freed from their worst anxieties, the terror of the swap, the hopeless approach of old age, and from the sweated food and accommodation of the living-in system. Under socialism, the living-in system would be incredible. Their conditions of life would approximate to those of the teacher. Like him, they would be enrolled a part of a great public service, and like him, entitled to a minimum wage. And over and above that, they would draw salaries commensurate with the positions their energy and ability had won. The prosperous merchant of today would find himself somewhere high in the hierarchy of the distributing service. If, for example, you are a tea merchant or a provision broker, then probably, if you like that calling, you would be handling the same kind of goods, not for profit, but efficiency, shipping into the Midlands from Liverpool, let us say, much as you do now. You would be keener on quality and less keen on deals. That is all. You would not be trying to skin a business rival, but very probably you would be just as keen to beat the London distributors and distinguish yourself in that way. And you would get a pretty good salary. Modern socialism does not propose to maintain any dead level to the detriment of able men. Modern socialism has cleared itself of that jealous hatred of prosperity that was once a part of class war socialism. You would be, you see, far more than you are now, one of the pillars of your town's prosperity, and the town hall would be a place worth sitting in. So far as the rank and file of the distributing service is concerned, the chief differences would be a better education, security for a minimum living, an assured old age, shorter hours, more private freedom, and more opportunity. Since the whole business would be public, and the customer would be one's indirect master through the polling booth, promotion would be far more by merit than it is now in the private businesses, where irrelevant personal considerations are often overpowering, and it would be open to anyone to apply for a transfer to some fresh position if he or she found insufficient scope in their old one. The staff of the stores will certainly live out, and their homes and way of living will be closely parallel to that of the two people I have sketched in Part 1 and 2. In the various municipal and state transit services, the conditions of affairs would be even closer to a broadened and liberalized version of things as they are. The conductors and drivers will no doubt wear uniforms for convenience of recognition, but a uniform will carry with it no association with the idea of a livery as it does at the present time. Mostly this service will be run by young men, and each one, like the private of the democratic French army, will feel that he has a marshal's baton in his knapsack. He will have had a good education. He will have short hours of duty and leisure for self-improvement or other pursuits, and if he remains a conductor or driver all his life, he will have only his own unpretending qualities to thank for that. He will probably remain a conductor if he likes to remain a conductor, and go elsewhere if he does not. He is not obliged to take that baton out and bother with it if he has quiet tastes. The great organized industries, mining, cotton, iron, building and the like, would differ chiefly in the permanence of employment and the systematic evasion of the social hardship caused nowadays by new inventions and economies in method. There will exist throughout the world an organized economic survey which will continually prepare and revise estimates of the need of iron, coal, cloth and so forth in the coming months. The blind speculative production of our own times is due merely to the dark ignorance in which we work in these matters, and with such a survey employment will lose much of the cruel intermittence it now displays. The men in these great productive services, quite equally with teachers and railwaymen, will be permanently employed. They will be no more taken on and turned off by the day or week than we should take on or turn off an extra policeman, or depend for our defence upon soldiers casually engaged upon the battlefield at 6 an hour. And if by adopting some ingenious device we dispense suddenly with the labour of hundreds of men, the socialist state will send them, not into the casual wards and colonies as our state does, to become a social burthen there, but into the technical schools to train for some fresh use of their energies. Taken all round, of course, these men, even the least enterprising or able, will be better off than they are now, with a fuller share of the product of their industry. Many will no doubt remain as they are, rather through want of ambition than want of push, because under socialism life will be tolerable for a poor man. A man who chooses to do commonplace work and spend his leisure upon chess or billiards, or in gossip or eccentric studies, or amusing but ineffectual art, will remain a poor man indeed, but not be made a wretched one. Sheer toil of a mechanical sort there is little need of in the world now. It could be speedily dispensed with at 1,000 points, were human patience not cheaper than good machinery. But there will still remain 10,000 undistinguished sorts of work for unambitious men. If you are a farmer, or any sort of horticulturist, a fruit or flower grower, let us say, or a seedsman, you will probably find yourself still farming under socialism, that is to say, renting land and getting what you can out of it. Your rent will be fixed, just as it is today, by what people will give. But your landlord will be the municipality or the county, and the rent you pay will largely come back to you in repairs, in the guiding reports and advice of the agricultural department, in improved roads, in subventions to a good electric car service to take your produce to market, in aids and education for your children. You will probably have a greater fixity of tenure and a cleaner ownership in improvements than you have today. I am inclined to think that your dairying and milking and so forth will be done for you wholesale in big public dairies and mills, because of the economy of that. You will send up the crude produce and sell it, perhaps to the county association to brand and distribute. It is probable you will sell your crops standing, and the public authority will organize the harvesting and bring out an army of workers from the towns to gather your fruit, hops, and corn. You will need, therefore, only a small permanent staff of labourers, and these are much more likely to be partners with you in the enterprise than wage workers needing to be watched and driven. In your leisure, you will shoot, perhaps, or hunt, if your tastes incline that way. It is quite likely that scattered among the farms of the future countryside will be the cottages and homes of all sorts of people with open-air tastes, who will share their sports with you. One need not dread the disappearance of sport with the disappearance of the great house. In the dead winter time, you will probably like to run into the nearest big town with your wife and family, stay in a hotel for a few weeks to talk to people in your clubs, see what plays there are in the municipal theatres and so forth, and you will no doubt travel also in your holidays. All the world will know something of the pleasures and freedom of travel, of wandering and the enjoyment of unfamiliar atmospheres, of mountains and deserts and remote cities and deep forests, and the customs of alien peoples. Part 4. A medical man or woman, or a dentist or any such skilled professional, like the secondary school master, will cease to be a private adventurer under socialism, concerned chiefly with the taking of a showy house and the use of a showy conveyance. He or she will become part of one of the greatest of all the public services in the coming time, the service of public health. Either he, I use this pronoun and imply its feminine, will be on the staff of one of the main hospitals, which will not be charities but amply endowed public institutions, or he will be part of a district staff, working in conjunction with a nursing organization, a cottage hospital, an isolation hospital, and so forth. Or he will be an advising specialist, or mainly engaged in research or teaching and training a new generation in the profession. He must not judge his life and position quite by the lives and position of publicly endowed investigators and medical officers of health today. At present, because of the jealousy of the private owner who has, as he says, to find the funds, almost all public employment is badly paid relatively to privately earned incomes. The same thing is true of all scientific investigators and of most public officials. The state of things to which socialism points is a world that will necessarily be harmonious with these constructive conceptions and free from these jealousies. Whitehall and South Kensington have much to fear from the wanton columns of a vulgarized capitalistic press, and from the greedy intrigues of syndicate capital, but nothing from a sane constructive socialism. To the public official, therefore, of the present time, the socialist has merely to say that he will probably be better paid, relatively, than he is now, and in the matter of his house rents and domestic marketing, vide supra. But now suppose you are an artist, and I use the word to cover all sorts of art, literary, dramatic and musical, as well as painting, sculpture, design and architecture. You want before all things freedom for personal expression, and you probably have an idea that this is the last thing you will get in the socialist state. But indeed, you will get far more than you do now. You will begin as a student, no doubt, in your local municipal art schools, and there you will win prizes and scholarships and get some glorious years of youth and work in Italy or Paris, or Germany or London, or Boston or New York, or wherever the great teachers and workers of your art gather thickest. And then you will compete perhaps for some public work and have something printed or published or reproduced and sold for you by your school or city, or get a loan from your home municipality for material, if your material costs money, and set to work making that into some saleable, beautiful thing. If you are at all distinguished in quality, you will have a competition among public authorities from the beginning, to act as sponsors and dealers for your work. Benevolent dealers they will be, and content with a commission. And if you make things that make many people interested and happy, you may be by that fortunate gift of yours grow to be as rich and magnificent a person as anyone in the socialist state. But if you do not please people at all, either the connoisseurs of the municipal art collection, or private associations of art patrons, or the popular buyer, well, then your lot will be no harder than the lot of any unsuccessful artist now. You will have to do something else for a time, and win leisure to try again. Theatrical productions will be run on a sort of improvement upon contemporary methods. But there will be no cornering of talent possible, no wild advertisement of favoured stars upon strictly commercial lines, no theatrical trust. The theatres will be municipal buildings. Every theatre-going voter will be keen to see them comfortable and fine. They will, perhaps, be run in some cases by a public repertoire company, and in another by a lessee, and this latter may be financed by his own private savings, or by subscribers or partners, or by a loan from the public bank, as the case may be. This latter method of exploitation by a lessee will probably also work best in the public music halls, but it is quite equally possible that these may be controlled by managers under partly elected and partly appointed public committees. In some cases, the theatrical lessee might be a kind of stage society organized for the production of particular types of play. The spectators will pay for admission, of course, as they do now, but to the municipal box offices, and I suppose the lessee or the author and artists will divide up the surplus after the rent of the theatre has been deducted for the municipal treasury. In every town of any importance there will be many theatres, music halls, and the like, perhaps under competing committees. In all these matters, as every intelligent person understands, one has to maintain variety of method, a choice of avenues, freedom from autocracies, and since the socialist community will contain a great number of intelligent persons with leisure and opportunity for artistic appreciation, there is little chance of this important principle being forgotten, much less than there is in this world where a group of dealers can often make an absolute corner in this artistic market or that. You will not, under socialism, see Sarah Bernhardt playing in a tent as she had to do in America, because all the theatres have been closed against her through some mean dispute with the trust about the sharing of profits. And if it is not too sudden a transition, it seems most convenient in a socialist state to leave religious worship entirely to the care of private people, to let them subscribe among themselves, subject, of course, to a reasonable statute of mortmain, to lease land, and build and endow and maintain churches and chapels, altars and holy places, and meeting houses, priests, and devout ceremonies. This will be the more easily done, since the heavy social burthen that oppress religious bodies at the present time will be altogether lifted from them. They will have no poor to support, no schools, no hospitals, no nursing sisters. The advance of civilization will have taken over these duties of education and humanity that Christianity first taught us to realize. So too, there seems no objection and no obstacle in socialism to religious houses, to nunneries, monasteries, and the like, so far as these institutions are compatible with personal freedom and the public health. But of course, factory laws and building laws will run through all these places, and the common laws and limitations of contract override their vows if their devotees repent. So that you see, socialism will touch nothing living of religion, and if you are a religious minister, you will be very much as you are at the present time, but with lightened parochial duties. If you are an earnest woman, and want to nurse the sick and comfort the afflicted, you will need only, in addition to your religious profession, to qualify as a nurse or medical practitioner. There will still be ample need for you. Socialism will not make an end of human trouble, either of the body or of the soul, albeit it will put these things into such comfort and safety as it may. Part 5. And now let me address a section to those particular social types whose method of living seems most threatened by the development of an organized civilization, who find it impossible to imagine lives at all like their own in the socialist state. But first, it may be well to remind them again of something I have already done my best to make clear, that the modern socialist contemplates no swift change of conditions from those under which we live to socialism. There will be no wonderful Monday morning when the old order will give place to the new. Year by year, the great change has to be brought about, now by this socialization of a service, now by an alteration in the incident of taxation, now by a new device of public trading, now by an extension of education. This problem at the utmost is a problem of adaptation, and for most of those who would have no standing under the revised conceptions of social intercourse, it is no more than to ask whether it is wise they should prepare their sons or daughters to follow in their footsteps, or consent to regard their callings as a terminating function. So far as many professions and callings go, this matter may be dismissed in a few words. Under socialism, while the particular trade or profession might not exist, there would probably be ample scope in the public machine for the socially more profitable employment of the same energies. A family solicitor such as we know now would have a poor time in a socialist state, but the same qualities of watchful discretion would be needed at 100 new angles and friction surfaces of the state organization. In the same way, the private shopkeeper, as I have already explained, would be replaced by the department managers and buyers of the public stores, the rent collector, the estate bailiff, One might make long lists of social types who would undergo a parallel transformation. But suppose now you are a servant. I mean a well-trained, expert, prosperous servant. Would the world have no equivalent of you under the new order? I think probably it would. With a difference, there will be room for a vast body of servants in the socialist state. But I think there will be very few servants to private people, and that the menial conception of a servant will have vanished in an entirely educated community. The domestic work of the ordinary home, one may prophesy confidently, will be very much reduced in the near future, whether we move towards socialism or no. All the dirt of coal, all the disagreeableness attendant upon lamps and candles, most of the heavy working of cooking will be obviated by electric lighting and heating, and much of the bedroom service dispensed with through the construction of properly equipped bath dressing rooms. In addition, it is highly probable that there will be a considerable extension of the club idea. Ordinary people will dine more freely in public places, and conveniences for their doing so will increase. The single-handed servant will have disappeared, and if you are one of that class, you must console yourself by thinking that under socialism you would have been educated up to 17 or 18 and then equipped for some more interesting occupation. But there will remain much need of occasional help of a more skilled sort, in cleaning out the house thoroughly every now and then, probably with the help of mechanisms, in recovering and repairing furniture, and in all this sort of helping, which will be done as between one social equal and another. Many people who are now, through lack of opportunity and education, servants will no doubt be employed. But where the better type of service will be found will probably be in the clubs and associated homes, where pleasant-mannered, highly paid, skillful people will see to the ease and comfort of a considerable clientele without either offence or civility. There still remains, no doubt, a number of valets, footmen, maids, and so on, who under socialism would not be servants at all, but something far better, more interesting and more productive socially. But this writing of servants brings me now to another possibility, and that is that perhaps you are, dear reader, one of that small number of fortunate people, rich and well-placed in the world, who even under existing conditions seem to possess all that life can offer a human being. You live beautifully in a great London house, waited upon by companies of servants. You have country seats with parks about them and fine gardens. You can travel luxuriously to any part of the civilized world and live sumptuously there. All things are done for you. All ways are made smooth for you. A skilled maid or valet saves you even the petty care of your person. Skilled physicians, wonderful specialists, intervene at any threat of illness or discomfort. You keep 10 years younger in appearance than your poorer contemporaries and twice as splendid. And above all, you have an immense sense of downward perspectives, of being special and apart and above the common herd of mankind. Now, frankly, socialism will be incompatible with this patrician style. You must contemplate the end of all that. You may still be healthy, refined, free, beautifully clothed and housed, but you will not have either the space or the service or the sense of superiority you enjoy now under socialism. You would have to take your place among the multitude again. Only a moiety of your property will remain to your sort of person if any revolution is achieved. The rents upon which you live, the investments that yield the income that makes the employment of that army of butlers and footmen estate workers and underlings possible, that buys your dresses, your jewels, your motor cars, your splendid furnishings and equipments, will for the most part be public property, yielding revenue to some national or municipal treasury. You will have to give up much of that. There is no way out of it. Your way to socialism is through the needle's eye. From your rare class, and from your class alone, does socialism require a real material sacrifice. You must indeed give up much coarse pride. There is no help for it. You must face that if you face socialism at all. You must come down to a simpler and, in many material aspects, less distinguished way of living. This is so clearly evident that to anyone who believes self-seeking is the ruling motive, the only possible motive in mankind, it seems incredible that your class ever will do anything than oppose to the last the advancement of socialism. You will fight for what you have, and the have-nots will fight to take it away. Therefore, it is that the socialists of the Social Democratic Federation preach a class war. To my mind, a lurid, violent, and distasteful prospect. We shall have to get out of the miseries and disorder of today, they think, if not by the way of chateau burning and tumbrils, at least by a mitigated equivalent of that. But I am not of that opinion. I have a lurking belief that you are not altogether eaten up by the claims of your own magnificence. While there are no doubt a number of people in your class who would fight like rats in a corner against, let us say, the feeding of poor people's starving children, or the recovery of the land by the state to which it once belonged, I believe there is enough of nobility in your class as a whole to considerably damp their resistance. Because you have silver mirrors and silver hairbrushes, it does not follow that you have not a conscience. I am no believer in the theory that to be a sans-culotte is to be morally impeccable, or that a man loses his soul because he possesses 30 pairs of trousers beautifully folded by a valet. I cherish the belief that your very refinement will turn, I have seen it in 1 or 2 fine minds visibly turning, against the social conditions that made it possible. All this space, all this splendour has its traceable connection with the insufficiencies and miseries from which you are so remote. Once that realization comes to you, the world changes. In certain lights correlated with that, your magnificence can look, you will discover, forgive the word, a little vulgar. Once you have seen that, you will continue to see it. The nouveau riche of the new plutocratic type comes thrusting among you, demonstrating that, sometimes quite obtrusively. You begin by feeling sorry for his servants and then apologetic to your own. You cannot go it as the rich Americans and the rich South Africans or prosperous bookmakers or rich music hall proprietors go it. Their silver and ivory and diamonds throw light on your own. And among other things you discover, you are not nearly so dependent on the numerous men in livery, the spaces and enrichments for your pride and comfort as these upstart people. I trust also to the appeal of the intervening spaces. You cannot so entirely close your world in from the greater world without that, in transit at least, the other aspects do not intrude. Every time you leave Charing Cross for the continent, for example, there are all those horrible slums on either side of the line. These things are, you know, a part of your system, part of you. They are the reverse of that splendid fabric and no separate thing. The wide, rich tapestry of your lives comes through on the other side, stitch for stitch, in stunted bodies, in children's deaths, in privation and anger. Your grandmothers did not realize that. You do, you know. In that recognition and a certain nobility I find in you, I put my hope much more than in any dreadful memories of 1789 and those vindictive pikes. Your class is a strangely mixed assembly of new and old, of base and fine. But through it all, in Great Britain and Western Europe generally, soaks a tradition truly aristocratic, a tradition that transcends property. You are aware, and at times uneasily aware, of duty and a sort of honour. You cannot bilk cabmen nor cheat at cards. There is something in your making forbids that as strongly as an instinct. But what if it is made clear to you, and it is being made clear to you, that the wealth you have is, all unwittingly on your part, the outcome of a colossal, if unpremeditated, social bilking? Moreover, though socialism does ask you to abandon much space and service, it offers you certain austere, yet not altogether inadequate compensations. If you will cease to have that admirable house in Mayfair, and the park in Kent, and the moorlands and the Welsh castle, yet you will have another ownership of a finer kind to replace those things. For all London will be yours, a city to serve indeed, and a sense of fellowship that is, if you could but realize it, better than respect. The common people will not be common under socialism. That is a very important thing for you to remember. But better than those thoughts is this, that you will own yourself too, more than you do now. All that state, all that prominence of yours, do you never feel how it stands between you and life? So I appeal from your wealth to your nobility, to help us to impoverish your class a little relatively and make all the world infinitely richer by that impoverishment. And I am sure that to some of you I shall not appeal in vain. Part 6. And lastly, perhaps you are chiefly a patriot, and you are concerned for the flag and country with which your emotions have interwoven. You find that the socialist talks constantly of internationalism and the world state, and that presents itself to your imagination as a very vague and colourless substitute for a warm and living reality of England or these states or the Empire. Well, your patriotism will have suffered a change, but I do not think it need starve under socialist conditions. It may be that war will have ceased, but the comparison and competition and pride of communities will not have ceased. Philadelphia and Chicago, Boston and New York are at peace, in all probability forever at peace, so far as guns and slaughter go. But each perpetually criticizes, goads, and tries to outshine the other. And the civic pride and rivalry of today will be nothing to that pride and rivalry when every man's business is the city, and the city's honour and well-being is his own. You will have, therefore, first this civic patriotism, your ancient pride in your city, a city which will be like the city of the ancient Athenians or the medieval Italians, the centre of a system of territories and the property and chief interest of its citizens. I, for instance, should love and serve, even as I love today, my London and my Cinque Ports, these home counties about London, the great lap of the Thames Valley and the Weald and Downland, my own country in which all my life has been spent. For you the city may be Ulster or Northumbria, or Wales or East or West Belgium, or Finland or Burgundy, or Bern or Berlin, or Venetia, Pekin, Calcutta, Queensland or San Francisco. And keeping the immediate peace between these vigorous giant municipal states, and holding them together, there will still be in many cases the old national or imperial government and the old flag, a means of joint action between associated and kindred municipalities with a common language and a common history and a common temper and race. The nation and the national government will be the custodian of the national literature and the common law, the controller and perhaps the vehicle of intermunicipal and international trade, and an intermediary between its municipal governments and that great Congress to which all things are making, that permanent international Congress which will be necessary to ensure the peace of the world. That at least is my own dream of the order that may emerge from the confusion of distrusts and tentatives and dangerous absurdities, those reactions of fear and old traditional attitudes and racial misconceptions which one speaks of as international relations today. For I do not believe that war is a necessary condition to human existence and progress, that it is anything more than a confusion we inherit from the less organized phases of social development. I think but a little advancement in general intelligence will make it an impossible thing. But suppose after all that I am wrong in my estimate in this matter, and that war will still be possible in a socialist or partly socialist world. Suppose that the socialist state in which I am imagining you to live is threatened by some military power. Then I don't think the military power that threatens it need threaten very long. Because consider, here will be a state organized for collective action as never a state has been organized before. A state in which every man and woman will be a willing and conscious citizen saturated with the spirit of service, in which scientific research will be at a maximum of vigor and efficiency. What individualist or autocratic militarism will stand a chance against it? It goes quite without saying from the essential principles of socialism that if a war is necessary, then every citizen will, as a matter of course, take his part in that war. It is mere want of intellectual grasp that has made a few working-class socialists in England and France oppose military service. Universal military service, given the need for it, is innate in the socialist idea, just as it is blankly antagonistic to the private individual ideas of 18th century liberalism. It is innate in the socialist idea, but equally innate in that is the conception of establishing and maintaining forever a universal peace. Chapter 15. The Advancement of Socialism, Part 1. And here my brief exposition of the ideals of modern socialism may fitly end. I have done my best to set out soberly and plainly this great idea of deliberately making a real civilization by the control and subordination of the instinct of property and the systematic development of a state of consciousness out of the achievements and squalor, out of the fine forces and wasted opportunities of today. I may have an unconscious bias perhaps, but so far as I have been able, I have been just and frank, concealing nothing of the doubts and difficulties of socialism, nothing of the divergences of opinion among its supporters, nothing of the generous demands it makes upon the social conscience, the goodwill in man. Its supporters are divergent upon 100 points. But upon its fundamental generalizations, they are all absolutely agreed, and some day the whole world will be agreed. Their common purport is the resumption by the community of all property that is not justly and obviously personal, and the substitution of the spirit of service for the spirit of gain in all human affairs. It must be clear to the reader who has followed my explanations continuously that the present advancement of socialism must lie now along three several lines. First, and most important, is the primary intellectual process, the elaboration, criticism, discussion, enrichment, and enlargement of the project of socialism. This includes all sorts of sociological and economical research, the critical literature of socialism, and every possible way, the drama, poetry, painting, music of expressing and refining its spirit, its attitudes and conceptions. It includes, too, all sorts of experiments in living and association. In its widest sense, it includes all science, literature, and invention. Secondly comes the propaganda, the publication, distribution, repetition, discussion, and explanation of this growing body of ideas, until this conception of a real civilized state as being in the making becomes the common intellectual property of all intelligent people in the world, until the laws and social injustices that now seem, to the ordinary man, as much parts of life as the east wind and influenza, will seem irrational, unnatural, and absurd. This educational task is at the present time the main work that the mass of socialists have before them. Most other possibilities wait upon that enlargement of the general circle of ideas. It is a work that every one can help forward in some measure, by talk and discussion, by the distribution of literature, by writing and speaking in public, by subscribing to propagandist organizations. And thirdly, there is the actual changing of practical things in the direction of the coming socialized state, the actual socialization, bit by bit and more completely, of the land, of the means of production, of education and child welfare, of insurance and the food supply, the realization, in fact, of that great design which the intellectual process of socialism is continually making more beautiful, attractive, and worthy. Now this third group of activities is necessarily various and divergent, and at every point the conscious and confessed socialist will find himself cooperating with partial or unintentional socialists, with statesmen and officials, with opportunist philanthropists, with trade unionists, with religious bodies and religious teachers, with educationists, with scientific and medical specialists, with every sort of public-spirited person. He should never lose an opportunity of explaining to such people how necessarily they are socialists, but he should never hesitate to work with them because they refuse the label. For in the house of socialism, as in the house of God, there are many mansions. These are the three main channels for socialist effort: thought, propaganda, and practical social and political effort, and between them they afford opportunity for almost every type of intelligent human being. One may bring leisure, labor, gifts, money, reputation, influence to the service of socialism. There is ample use for them all. There is work to be done for this idea, from taking tickets at a doorway and lending a drawing room for a meeting, to facing death, impoverishment and sorrow for its sake. Part 2. Socialism is a moral and intellectual process. Let me in conclusion reiterate that. Only secondarily and incidentally does it sway the world of politics. It is not a political movement. It may engender political movements, but it can never become a political movement, any political body or organization whatever that professes to stand for socialism makes an altogether too presumptuous claim. The whole is greater than the part, the will than the instrument. There can be no official nor pontifical socialism. The theory lives and grows. It springs out of the common sanity of mankind. Constructive socialism shapes into a great system of developments to be forwarded, points to a great number of systems of activity amidst which its adherents may choose their field of work. Parties and societies may come or go. Parties and organizations and names may be used and abandoned. Constructive socialism lives and remains. There is a constantly recurring necessity to insist on the difference between two things, the larger and the lesser, the greater being the socialist movement, the lesser the various organizations that come and go. There is this necessity because there is a sort of natural antagonism between the thinker and the writer who stand by the scheme and seek to develop and expound it, and the politician who attempts to realize it. They are allies, but allies who often pull against each other, whom a little heat and thoughtlessness may precipitate into a wasteful conflict. The former is, perhaps, too apt to resent the expenditure of force in those conflicts of cliques and personal ambition that inevitably arise among men comparatively untrained for politics. Those squabbles and intrigues, reservations and insincerities that precede the birth of a tradition of discipline. The latter is equally prone to think literature too broad-minded for daily life, and to associate all those aspects of the socialist project which do not immediately win votes, with fads, kid gloves, gentlemanliness, rose-water, and such like contemptible things. These squabbles of the engineer and the navigating officer must not be allowed to confuse the mind of the student of socialism. They are quarrels of the mess-room, quarrels on board the ship and within limits. They have nothing to do with the general direction of socialism. Like all indisciplines, they hinder but do not contradict the movement. Socialism, the politicians declare, can only be realized through politics. Socialism, I would answer, can never be narrowed down to politics. Your parties and groups may serve socialism, but they can never be socialism. Scientific progress, medical organization, the advancement of educational method, artistic production and literature are all aspects of socialism. They are all interests and developments that lie apart from anything one may call, except by sheer violence to language, politics. And since socialism is an intellectual as well as a moral thing, it will never tolerate in its adherents the abnegation of individual thought and intention. It demands devotion to an idea, not devotion to a leader. No addicted follower of so-and-so or of so-and-so can be a good socialist any more than he could be a good scientific investigator. So far, socialism has produced no great leaders at all. Lassalle alone, of all its prominent names, was of that romantic type of personality which men follow with enthusiasm. The others, Owen, Saint-Simon, and Fourier, Proudhon, Marx and Engels, Bebel, Webb, J.S. Mill, Jaurès, contributed to a process they never seized hold upon, never made their own. They gave enrichment and enlargement, and the movement passed on, passes on gathering as it goes. Kingsley, Morris, Ruskin, none are too great to serve this idea, and none so great they may control it or stand alone for it. So, it will continue. Socialism under a great leader or as a powerfully organized party would be the end of socialism. No doubt it might also be its partial triumph, but the reality of the movement would need to take to itself another name, to call itself constructive civilization or some such synonym in order to continue its undying work. Socialism, no doubt, will inspire great leaders in the future and supply great parties with ideas. in itself it will still be greater than all such things. Part 3. But here perhaps, before the finish, since the business of this book is explanation, it may be well to define a little the relation of socialism to the political party that is most closely identified with it in the popular mind. This is the Labour Party. There can be no doubt of the practical association of aim and interest of the various Labour parties throughout modern civilized communities with the socialist movement. The Social Democrats of Germany are the Labour Party of that country, and wherever the old conception of socialism prevails, those class war ideas of the Marxist that have been superseded in English socialism for nearly a quarter of a century, there essentially the socialist movement will take the form of a revolutionary attack upon the owning and governing sections of the community. But in Great Britain and America, the labour movement has never as a whole been revolutionary or insurrectionary in spirit, and in these countries socialism has been affected from its very beginnings by constructive ideas. It has never starkly antagonized labour on the one hand, and the other necessary elements in a civilized state on the other. It has never, I speak of the movement as a whole and not of individual utterances, contemplated a community made up wholly of labour and emotionally democratic, such as the Marxist teaching suggests. The present labouring classes stand to gain enormously in education, dignity, leisure, efficiency and opportunity by the development of a socialist state. And just in so far as they become intelligent, will they become socialist. But we all of us of good will, we and our children, of nearly every section of the community, stand also to gain and have also our interests in this development. Great as the labour movement is, the socialist movement remains something greater. The one is the movement of a class, the other a movement of the best elements in every class. Nonetheless, it remains true that under existing political conditions, it is to the Labour Party that the socialist must look for the mass and emotion and driving force of political socialism. Among the wage workers of the modern civilized community, socialists are to be counted now by the 100,000, and in those classes alone does an intelligent self-interest march clearly and continuously in the direction of constructive civilization. In the other classes, the socialists are dispersed and miscellaneous in training and spirit, hampered by personal and social associations, presenting an enormous variety of aspects and incapable, it would seem, of cooperation except in relation to the main socialist body, the labour mass. Through that, and in relation and service to that, they must, it would seem, spend their political activities. I am writing now only of political activities, if they are not to be spent very largely to waste. The two other traditional parties in British politics are no doubt undergoing remarkable changes and internal disruptions, and the constructive spirit of the time is at work within them. But it does not seem that either is likely to develop anything nearly so definitely a socialist programme as the Labour Party. The old Conservative Party, in spite of its fine aristocratic traditions, tends more and more to become the party of the adventurous plutocracy, of the aggressive nouveau riche, inclines more and more towards the inviting financial possibilities of modern imperialism and tariff reform. The old Liberal Party strains between these two antagonists and its own warring and conflicting traditions of Whiggery and radicalism. There can be no denying the great quantity of goodwill and constructive intention that finds a place in its very miscellaneous ranks, but the strong strain of obstinate and irreconcilable individualism is equally indisputable. But the official liberal attitude is one thing, and a very unsubstantial and transitory thing, and the great mass of goodwill and broad thinking in the ranks of liberalism and the middle class quite another. Socialists are to be found not only in every class, but in every party. There can be no socialist party as such. That is the misleading suggestion of irresponsible and destructive adventurers. It is impossible to estimate what forces of political synthesis may be at work at the present time, or what ruptures and coalitions may not occur in the course of a few years. These things belong to the drama of politics. They do not affect the fact that the chief interest in the community on the side of socialism is labour. Through intelligent labour, it is that socialism becomes a political force and possibility, and it is to the Labour Party that the socialist who wishes to engage in active political work may best give his means and time and energy and ability. I write political work, and once more I would repeat that it is to the field of electioneering and parliamentary politics under present conditions that this section refers. The ultimate purpose of socialism can rely upon no class because it aims to reconstitute all classes. In a socialist state, there will be no class doomed to mere labour, no class privileged to rule and decide. For every child, there will be fair opportunity and education and scope to the limit of its possibilities. To the best, there will be given difficulty and responsibility, honour and particular rewards, but to all, security and reasonable work and a tolerable life. The interests and class traditions upon which our party distinctions of today rely must necessarily undergo progressive modification with every step we take towards the realization of the socialist ideal. Part 4. So this general account of socialism concludes. I have tried to put it as what it is, as the imperfect and still growing development of the social idea, of the collective goodwill in man. I have tried to indicate its relation to politics, to religion, to art and literature, to the widest problems of life. Its broad generalizations are simple, and I believe acceptable to all clear-thinking minds, and in a way, they do greatly simplify life. Once they have been understood, they render impossible 1,000 confusions and errors of thought and practice. They are, in the completest sense of the word, illumination. But socialism is no panacea, no magic, open sesame to the millennium. Socialism lights up certain once hopeless evils in human affairs and shows the path by which escape is possible. But it leaves that path rugged and difficult. Socialism is hope, but it is not assurance. Throughout this book, I have tried to keep that before the reader. Directly, one accepts those great generalizations, one passes on to a jungle of incurably intricate problems, through which man has to make his way or fail. The riddles and inconsistencies of human character, the puzzles of collective action, the power and decay of traditions, the perpetually recurring tasks and problems of education. To have become a socialist is to have learnt something, to have made an intellectual and a moral step, to have discovered a general purpose in life and a new meaning in duty and brotherhood. But to have become a socialist is not, as many suppose, to have become generally wise. Rather, in realizing the nature of the task that could be done, one realizes also one's insufficiencies, one's want of knowledge, one's need of force and training. Here and in this manner, says socialism, a palace and safety and great happiness may be made for mankind. But it seems to me the socialist, as he turns his hand and way of living towards that common end, knows little of the nature of his task, if he does so with any but a lively sense of his individual weakness and the need of charity for all that he achieves. In that spirit, and with no presumption of finality, this little book of explanations is given to the world. The end.